Let's get peppy. Welcome to the big one. It's PEP 201. Yeah, the mood lasted a whole week, didn't it?
The party mood.
Yeah, it's still going. Yeah. See, look. There you go. Of course, Dave's the only one who didn't. That's a Dave-style party favour. You can't even hear it. PEP 201, that's PEP or Planet Extra podcast. I am the host of Planet America on ABC Australia, but this is not an official podcast of the ABCs. Repeat, not an official podcast. But on PEP, we do cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. If you're listening, you can find this on YouTube at the PEP with Chaz and Dr. Dave channel. And you can also see highlights on the PEP Clips YouTube channel. You also find timestamps and show notes in our blurbs. And if you leave a comment under our current episode video, we are likely to see it. You can also tweet us or blue sky us at PEPChaSDRDAVE. That's at PEP Chaz Dr. Dave. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can join our Discord server right now. It's on the screen as we speak or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lachy the Lucky privately, why not email us? That address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. The address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. And every single week this year, Dave, I've said, I've got to get around to replying to those emails.
Yeah.
I've got a date on it now because Planet America is taking a break for 2 weeks. Not next week, but the week after that. So I reckon that's when I go through our emails. I am going to read those emails. I'm going to reply. But in the meantime, let's turn to the duo, the Devilsome duo, if you will, neither of whom would ever be seen dead. Raising the stakes in inconsequential views, I'm talking about Richard Cooke and Dr. Dave Smith. Let's start with Richie. Rich, how's the back? The back made of cheese.
It's much better, thank you. It's good to be back in the saddle. And I'm pretty much fighting fit. There was one concern, though, that I had when I was laid out, that this might be an invitation for you to send me those quack chiropractic videos that you like to watch on YouTube. I'd just like to say thank you, but no thank you. I won't be getting into an inverter or doing any of those things. I'm just going to walk around like a normal person.
Would you like me to stand on your back?
Well, we know what happened there, so no.
You're
It's
not
bad
gonna,
enough as it is.
You're not going to hang like a bat from a volleyball net or whatever the remedy is.
The inverters, the inversion tables. Let's use the actual term. The inversion tables are gold, Dave. I won't have anyone knocking the inversion tables. Having said that, I have since learnt that it's better to just hang from bars.
Okay.
Pull up bars.
How many episodes of Better Call Saul did you watch upside down?
The inversion table was before Better Call Saul. It was back in the days of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I watched a lot of them. Dr. Dave,
Well,
I know you've got something for us.
I am certainly not here to promote any chiropractic Ouija boards. My name is David Smith. I'm an associate professor at the US Studies Centre at the University of Sydney, but I do not speak for either of those institutions. Now, I want to add something to my disclaimer today, which is I am not the David Smith who once tried to enter Buffalo, New York. This is for any American Customs and Border Patrol officers who might be listening, because I was held for an hour at LA Airport last week for secondary questioning after I was asked, have you ever entered Buffalo, New York? And I said no. They're like, you're going for secondary questioning.
Well, and what was the second question? Just they asked that again.
They didn't even ask me that again. They just asked all the other questions again, but it took them an hour to get round to actually asking me those questions. So please let me clarify. I have nothing against the city of Buffalo, New York. I actually went quite near it this time. I went to Niagara Falls, but I have never tried to enter Buffalo, New York. Please take me off your secondary questioning list, because this is beginning to get a bit lame.
Was this the only airport that did that to you, or did every airport ask you about Buffalo, New York?
No, Boston Airport did this to me as well. That was 7 years ago. And during my secondary questioning interview, the CBP officer actually asked me, look, has anyone ever explained this problem to you, why this keeps happening? And I said no, thinking, oh, great, he's about to explain it to me. No, but he didn't.
Just moved on.
Chaz, how many times have you got the third degree in extra customs questioning. I'm imagining it would be having dressed up as Osama bin Laden quite a few.
I have indeed gotten the third degree a number of times. Never because I was mistaken with someone else, though. I earned all those questionings on my own. Not so much in America. Actually, I'll tell you a very, very quick story. This was entirely my own fault. This was back in 2004. This is in Brisbane Airport. You might recall, if you're a real Chaser fan, like a real Chaser fan, you might recall one of our lame stunts where in 2004 someone called John Howard a rodent in the Liberal Party. And so get this, some satire alert. I turned up to the Liberal launch dressed as a rat catcher. I heard you have a rodent problem. Perchance. Satire alarm.
Was
Anyway,
Jonathan Swift writing for the show at that juncture?
that is the ultimate illustration of what I always say, which is satire is comedy that's not funny. Anyway, so I turn up at Brisbane Town Hall with basically Ghostbusters costume, just with like a pest control tank, right? It's not a real pest control tank, it's just water in it, spraying, right? Okay, so go back to the airport afterwards, and I'm thinking, my baggage is just this big tank that looks like something that could blow up.
Yeah.
Right, so they're going to run through an X-ray machine, and I'm going to be in strife. So what I should probably do is tell them about it beforehand. That's what I should do.
Oh, yeah. No, big mistake.
That was a terrible mistake.
Big mistake.
So I'm standing there and I declare, I say, so just so you know, here's my baggage. Here's what's in it. And I open up and show it to them and they go, oh, and they go, look, I'm showing this to you on purpose because there's nothing wrong with it. It's a prop. And I picked up, I squirted it in my mouth. I said, this is water. This is a prop. I make it. I'm on TV. This is plastic. This is not real. You don't need to worry. And she goes, oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this at all. She's getting she's getting red and flushed. And I go, come on, it's not like it's a bomb. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a real mistake.
How did you not know by 2004
Well, I thought
that it wasn't advisable to make bomb cracks at the airport?
I said it wasn't a bomb. I didn't say it was a bomb. It's and it was 2004. I thought we'll pass this. Anyway, I was wrong. 2 hours later. 2 hours later, I was.
They were a year into the Iraq War at that point. We were not past anything from 9/11 in 2004.
So I discovered. I was getting ahead of my time.
So you tried in the period of peak airport paranoia. You decided to soften her up by spraying water in your mouth, saying that nothing was real.
Yes.
And then yelling out, it's not like it's a bomb.
Yes.
And claiming
That's
you were
correct.
on TV.
That's correct. Well, I
mean,
claiming I was on TV.
I know.
What are you grateful for, Rich? Apart from being able to sit up straight. And I'm laughing again at his melodies.
I am grateful to be back.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that you're alive.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm worried about you, mate.
No, I'm fine. It's still in my mind. It hasn't been that long that Trump's been in office. It's only January.
Yep.
And already we've had a year's worth of news in 2.5 months.
Yeah, yeah. Like Trump years are like an exponent or exponent of dog years.
Yeah.
Trump years are like every week is another year.
They're like rat years or fly years.
Yeah, fly years. That's what they are. It's incredible. Yeah, no, it has been flying. It's oh God. Okay, so you're grateful that I'm alive, even though you just came from hospital.
Yeah, but I was there for observation, not for pneumonia. That's
Fair
the
enough.
difference.
Well, when I'm there, I'm often for observation as well. They're taking copious notes. Dave, what are you grateful for?
Well, my gratitude is a Michigan Corner.
It's the Michigan Corner.
So I had my first ever celebrity sighting at an airport.
Was it the Dave Smith from Brooklyn?
No, it was not. Buffalo.
Buffalo,
Jazz.
sorry.
Buffalo.
Sorry,
So I always felt a bit left out that I'd never seen a celebrity at an airport because everybody else seemed to have seen one. Like even my mum was once asked for directions at Sydney Airport by Andrew Johns.
Wow.
So yeah, but I finally saw one at Detroit Airport. And what I'm grateful for was I saw the most Michigan specific celebrity you can possibly see, which was Violent J from Insane Clown Posse. Now, that's, for those of you who've got video, it's impossible to mistake Violent J from Insane Clown Posse for anyone else.
Was he wearing makeup?
No, he wasn't even wearing makeup.
And you recognised
could
him.
still recognise him, especially when he's wearing a shirt and shorts that are covered in images of him rapping. And
He wore a shirt of himself.
yeah, he wore a shirt of himself.
Oh, my God.
And I didn't say hello to him because he was in a highly agitated state in a phone call with someone, and I thought this is not a good time.
Violent J, agitated?
But he is the co-author of the Ultimate Gratitude song, which we're not going to play because it will get a copyright flag on YouTube. But it is Miracles from 2010. Now, it's an important song, partly because the richest man in the world and now arguably the second most powerful man in the world, given that his entire knowledge of everything stops at 2010 internet culture, this was a very important part of 2010 internet culture. Some of our peppers might be too young to remember it, but this
This is magnets.
yeah, this briefly dominated the internet. So what it was best known for was Shaggy 2 Dope's line, "Fucking magnets, how do they work?" Because this was a song all about how the world is full of miraculous things, and he goes on to say, "I don't want to talk to a scientist. You're all a lying and making me pissed." Thing is, most of the things that they were talking about in Miracles weren't things that scientists really needed to explain. They were things that cavemen understood. Maybe not magnets specifically, but Violent J's greatest line was, "Shaggy's kids look just like Shaggy and my little boy looks just like Daddy." He is just enthralled at the fact that his own children look like him and not like, Narendra Modi, for example. So
He may be enthralled that they don't look like Shaggy also.
That's true, yes, yeah. He'd be pretty happy about that. So anyway, I was very happy to see him at the airport. He is the ultimate kind of icon of gratitude. I'm not claiming to be a juggalo. I'm not stealing any juggalo valor here, but I was a juggalo for 5 seconds at that moment in Detroit airport.
No, I don't understand his wonder at his kids looking like him, because even his T-shirt looks like him.
Exactly.
No one's going to be surprised at what my grateful is. This is the most obvious grateful of possibly our gratefuls ever, which is my blogging hero, Kevin Drum, died this week. And I've talked about him in Grateful a number of times before when he was alive, so I'm definitely going to talk about him when he's dead. For those who don't know, first of all, I'll put one of the... There's a lot of love for Kevin Drum in the blogosphere this week. And I read the entirety of the blogosphere, so I read all of them. I'll put my favourite... my favourite eulogy in the homework, so you can read for it yourself. It's quite good, from an ex-Washington Monthly editor that he used to blog for. But all I'd say, I'll just say a couple of things, because I don't want to go too much into it, because talk about not raising the stakes on inconsequential views. Kevin Drum didn't raise the stakes on consequential views. He didn't raise the stakes on anything. So he would not like people going on about him. So I'm not going to spend too long on that. But I just want to say what his legacy is. And that is, and not a lot of people would make this connection because it's probably wrong. But this is what I think his legacy is. And as if you look at the blogosphere when he came around at about 2001, 2002, the early blogosphere was basically shit-flinging monkeys. Essentially, it was usually the left versus the far left, usually, and then it was joined by the right versus the far right, and then the far right versus the far left, and it was very personal. It was very much what they call the tyranny of small differences. Like people getting really worked up about minor differences.
The narcissism of small differences.
Narcissism, thank you. Yeah, that's it, yeah. As various people getting very worked up over tiny differences in policy and, in particular, tactics. Everyone thought they were a supremo in tactics, and many of them did go on to become actual workers for the Democratic Party. But anyway... And
what a fantastic record of achievement they accumulated
in 2004,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, and it was basically abuse. It was just colourful forms of abuse and debate. And Kevin Drum was very different to that. Kevin Drum was all about graphs and stats, and in particular, the thing which he pioneered was drawing his own graphs out of government stats. Like he'd go online onto government websites and he'd just create his own graphs, and he would criticise the graphs that the news media would make and say, no, they're not adjusted. He was obsessed with not being adjusted for inflation. Always adjusted everything for inflation. Go, no, that doesn't mean anything's got to adjust for inflation. You got to do this, you got to do that. And he'd redo his graphs. But essentially, that was what the blogosphere 2 years later had a reputation for being. Very data-driven, very graph-driven. And he, I think, pushed that as far as anyone did. And I think that is actually... He wasn't the only one, but he was definitely the most preeminent blogger early on who was all about the graphs and the stats. And then in 2008, you got 538 came along, which was just taking that and pushing it further. And then those people then moved into the general media. And we now see so much more data-driven media than we would have in 2003, 2004. That's my favourite photo of Kevin Drum. I knew you'd like that, Dave. I got that for you. It's a beautiful cat. And I think that he actually genuinely has affected the way the media 20 years later still works.
Yeah.
Because of his obsession with graphs and do-it-yourself stats. And
so we can forgive him for the fact that he's probably responsible for Harry Enton.
he is.
Yeah.
He's, I wouldn't say entirely, but he
unlike
played a role.
Yeah. But he didn't make a spectacle of himself.
He didn't.
In the same way.
He didn't. He wasn't full of red cordial like Harry Enton, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And to the point where, to give you an illustration of what I'm talking about with this guy, he was so dispassionate and so about the stats and the data that the guy, if you look at his blog now, it's just called Jabberwocking, if you look at the last few months, he was charting his own death. He was literally putting up graphs every few days of his own inflammation levels and stuff, and just like someone house, just diagnosing himself, going, well, maybe I need this, maybe I need that. Here's some evidence for that. Like that's just the way he thought, you know. And it's
also the way you think.
It is the way I think,
and also the way you dress.
Oh, by the way, I love the stack of Britannicas propping up his.
Yeah.
So this is pre-Wikipedia days.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, he's a lot older than that now.
Yeah.
So this is a while back. But yeah, I'll read you his last blog. This just sums him up perfectly. He had a graph of his inflammation levels. It was going off the charts. He said, other counts are getting worse and I feel terrible. Nonetheless, they're slow walking the immunoglobulin treatment, which I think is my only chance. These guys are going to kill me before they figure out what's wrong. That's his last entry. So,
this is like your Bushido code, isn't it? Creating a graph of your own death. It's like a Yukio Mishima style death poem.
Like if I end up anything like Kevin Drum, I'll be very pleased.
But who's got responsibility for finishing him off? Yukio had a guy for that.
Yes, he
You
did have
guys,
a guy.
Yeah.
you guys can raffle.
Okay.
All right, now we wasted a lot of time talking about me at Brisbane Airport. So what I'll do is I'll keep the correspondence super short, just to the relevant stuff for you, Richie, as the guest. I will then join with Lachy after you guys are finished, and we'll do some more correspondence at the end of the app. There's plenty. Lots of good correspondence this week. But we just got to deal with this with Richie while he's here. Cooke's Law.
Okay.
I brought this up with Lachy about 3 weeks back, and Dave wasn't there, so he doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
And the peppers are gone crazy. There's so many questions about Cooke's Law. So first of all, let's make sure that I haven't misrepresented you. As Cooke, why don't you tell us what Cooke's Law is?
First of all, we've got to make sure that we're talking about the right Cooke's Law, because there's more than one.
I didn't mention the other one. You
didn't
can
mention
if
the
you
other
want.
one. We'll see.
Okay, I'll see how you feel.
This is Cooke's Law of Australian electoral
Yes.
outcomes,
Yep.
which is that the small c conservative choice always wins.
Okay.
Describe what you mean by small c.
The least destabilizing to the status quo always
Okay.
wins.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's different to what I said. I said the most boring option always wins.
That's a neat way of saying it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't object to that. I think that's right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So that's Cooke's Law stated in one. Now, we've got two correspondences I'd like to read to you. They're on the same theme. And then you can reply to both of them.
Let me guess what they're going to say.
Okay.
They're going to say, well, what about Kevin Rudd in 2007?
Let me read Sonny. Cooke's Law. Can Richie please explain how his theory applies to the 2007 election? Surely Rudd wasn't the boring candidate. And then Mark said, does Cooke's Law argue that Gough Whitlam was more boring in 1972 than William McMahon? That Bob Hawke was more boring in 1983 when he beat Malcolm Fraser? Or that Kevin Rudd was more boring than John Howard in 2007? Hard to believe. Okay, Richie, respond.
Yes.
Possibly in that voice.
Yes, it does argue that it's more boring. What do all of those or almost all of those elections have in common? Leadership instability. So
On the other side.
On the other side. So at least when you vote for Kevin Rudd, you know you're getting Kevin Rudd and not secretly Peter Costello.
Yeah.
At least when you're voting
Well,
for...
you think you're getting Kevin Rudd. You think you're getting Kevin
Ironically.
Rudd. Yeah.
You're allowed to have post instability. You're not allowed to pre-instability.
Okay, yeah.
Malcolm Fraser similarly had Andrew Peacock breathing down his neck, and the economy was also in a recession. William McMahon, alcoholic.
Sonia McMahon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who hardly seemed to be in control. And that was also at the tail end of a long period of stability where it was becoming senescent. So, yeah, I do think it was the more stable choice than further kind of deracination.
I think that
that
is where stability probably is a better term than boredom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As much as Kevin Rudd would be thrilled to hear someone referring to him as not boring, yeah.
Yeah, no, that is fair. And I gotta say, like, I don't have a lot of memory of 1972, but and not much of 1983, but I have a very vivid memory of 2007. And I remember, as we were making chaser shows at the time, we were all speaking behind the scenes when Kevin Rudd won, going, well, yeah, we're glad John Howard's gone eventually. We didn't think he'd ever lose, but my God, Kevin Rudd is such a control freak. Like, we're never going to be able to do anything ever again. It's just, and we were right. We were right. He just was a massive, like he was the one that set the feds on us. Like, John Howard never set the feds on us, but Kevin Rudd did. And Kevin Rudd was trying to micromanage everything, New South Wales Labor Party style.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was about control. He was about tamping down on everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Kevin Rudd made himself boring because he was born that way. But he certainly made himself even more boring by kind of conforming to this image of himself on Seven Sunrise and similar shows of being Mr. Stability.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have anything to add to that?
What does Cooke's Law predict about the coming election?
Ah, yes.
Oh, no, sorry, that's an unfair question.
No,
I don't want to turn you into Alan Lichtman here.
This is how it came up, by the way.
Yeah.
Lockie and I were talking about the next election. I said, I don't know Australian politics. I just know Cooke's Law.
We don't know if Cooke's Law is going to keep working.
Okay, yes.
Because we know it only started working after the formation of the Liberal Party.
Okay.
And we're in uncharted territories with a new media environment. But I think that so far, Peter Dutton has not made himself seem boring enough.
Yeah. That was the context in which I brought it up.
Okay.
I picked Albo for this election as someone who has no idea whatsoever. Just to be very clear. I have no idea whatsoever. Just off the back of, I actually think Albo fills the boring slot, the stable slot in this election. But because Dutton is is a bit of a wild card.
Albo is also attempting a unique twist on the law, which is that he is bored by being Prime Minister.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that before. That's kind of, it's non-Newtonian. We got to find out more.
I admire your Popperian spirit, and the only other thing I would add would be it's forgotten now, but Whitlam had spent a long time making himself capital friendly. Like really massively diminishing the influence of labour unions in the Labor Party. Kevin Rudd had done the same thing. So if a Labor leader is going to win, it has to be someone that business can back.
There you go. That's a supporter of Cooke's Law. Love it. Dave, while you're at it, keep on going. You didn't think we'd fit this in, and you're probably right, but we're going first, so we'll definitely fit this in. Education funding.
Education funding. And before I begin on this, I'm just going to do a quick correspondence of my own.
Oh, yes, please.
I speculated a couple of weeks ago that maybe it was Boris Johnson who introduced congestion charges to central London. I should have known better. Now, the person that I specifically name-checked in that got back to me very, very quickly. So thank you, Joe. Thank you, Gareth. No, it was not Boris Johnson. It was, of course, Red Ken Livingstone who introduced congestion charges in central London. Boris Johnson actually got rid of some of them in the Kensington area, which was actually quite an unpopular move. Kensington people liked having their streets free of traffic. So that is my correspondence / mea culpa.
Well done, Dave. It actually makes sense when you think about it. When I think of Boris Johnson, I think of someone who's perpetually congested. So you'd think he'd oppose congestion charges.
Yeah.
But tell us about education funding.
Okay. Education funding is a little bit of a misnomer in talking about cuts to the education department. The first thing that I want to clarify, especially since we've got a lot of Australian audience for PEP, you might have heard in the last 24 hours about half of the Federal Department of Education getting cut. It is nearly half of all the employees of that department getting cut, and you might be pretty alarmed.
I'll just give you the numbers. They had 4,133 employees at the start of this administration.
Yep.
As of now, they have 2,183 employees. So it's literally half.
Yeah. But you might also notice that's a fairly small number of people. For an activity as big as education, it's not a very big department. And as much as I hate what they're doing to the Department of Education, I do just want to clarify for people who might not be so familiar how the American education system works. The American education system is predominantly funded and run at the local level. So it's often referred to as the 10,000 democracies of school districts. I think there are about 13,000 school districts across the US. These school boards, they are voted for in elections, albeit very low turnout elections, averaging something like 9%. And it's school boards that determine things like the curriculum in school districts, although realistically, the biggest states have a huge influence on curriculum because if you want to write a successful textbook in the United States, it has to conform to the curriculums of the big markets. Now, funding also predominantly happens at the local level. It is usually city taxes or county taxes that are paying for education. You might already be able to see the big problem here, which is poorer cities, poorer counties have less funding for schools. And that means that people don't want to live in those places in the first place, which means that a lot of the middle-class tax base flees, and you get this kind of spiral of funding. Now, this is where the Department of Education often steps in. So the Department of Education is responsible for something like 10% of school funding in the United States. But it is very, very important for poor school districts, for poor students in general, and for disabled students, right? This is where a lot of their funding is coming from, especially when it's not going to be cities or counties or school districts that can actually make up the funding. So the Department of Education is not like the New South Wales Department of Education, which is a massive, massive and very important bureaucracy that controls the funding of the entire school system in New South Wales. It is a federal body that sits above where most of the funding and running of the school system actually takes place. Now, the Department of Education, you may also be surprised to learn, hasn't been around for that long. It is one of the newer cabinet departments in the United States. It came into existence in 1979. And the New York Times had a report today which pointed out there was Jimmy Carter who brought it in. This was as a way of fulfilling a promise to teachers' unions in the United States, but he was quite skeptical about it. He actually said at the launch of it, this thing will not work as well as you think it will. Now, given that,
So here it is.
Yes.
More of the refreshing Jimmy Carter honesty, which made him such an electoral liability to himself.
Yeah, so what is it the Department of Education actually does? Well, as I said, it is very important for directing funding towards poorer school districts, poorer students, and students with disabilities. It also, probably its financially biggest role is it controls student loans. It controls eligibility for student loans. The federal government student loan portfolio is $1.7 trillion. So that is not a small amount of money. And it's also it's responsible for enforcing civil rights legislation and anti-discrimination legislation within schools. So it's small, but it has got some pretty important functions. Now, it has the Conservative dream of doing away with the Education Department has existed for as long as the Education Department has been in existence. It's kind of a miracle that it survived Ronald Reagan, really. As I mentioned a few weeks back, PJ O'Rourke complained about this in one of his books. He was saying that Conservatives never actually tear the government down. They instead try to turn it to their own ends, and they always fail. So he said, we should have taken a wrecking ball to the Department of Education. Instead, we turned it into a platform for Bill Bennett, right? So during the Reagan era, they thought we can actually use the Department of Education to teach, the conservative virtues to children. Didn't really work.
Just to explain, the theory of that is that since they have all this funding that they offer, they can basically hold that funding hostage to schools unless schools teach what they want. So even though theoretically they don't have control over any of these schools, they are holding 8% or 9% or whatever of their funding over their heads and go, well, if you want that 9%, you'll teach patriotism, like that kind of thing. Yeah.
Now, in the George W. Bush era, there was a massive emphasis on standardized testing. And this really did change the face of education in the United States. I would say not for the better at all. In that, education came increasingly geared towards juicing test numbers in whatever way possible. So as is the case with a lot of conservative dreams, Trump is seriously trying to put it into action. Same with taking a really hard line on immigration. Same with just taking an axe to the entire federal government. Like this, no matter how many ways he fails, Conservatives will always give him credit for the fact that he's actually trying. He's the one who actually appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices who got Roe versus Wade overturned. So Education Department is very same. This is really the first Conservative president where you can actually see a serious path to completely dismantling the Education Department. Now, he can't do that on his own. That would require congressional approval. But he's giving it his best shot, putting Linda McMahon in charge and, basically halving it in terms of the number of employees. They are claiming that the Department of Education is still going to be able to fulfill all of its core aims. However, they do want to take one of those core aims away from it, which is student loans. They want to give student loans to Treasury. They don't want it in the hands of the Department of Education. So they're basically taking one of its most important features away from it. The rest of them, I'm highly skeptical that they'll be able to do everything that they need to do with half the employees. So this should be understood as an attempt to render the Department of Education so ineffective that if Congress actually did try to get rid of it, then it would decrease the amount of Democratic Party resistance to it. There's a lot of things going on here, one of which is that teachers' unions are widely considered one of the biggest enemies of the Republican Party, have been for a long time. So particularly punishing teachers' unions is pretty important. Also, hastening the process of trying to privatize education as much as possible, right? The shitter that you make public education, the more that you are going to increase parental demand for charter schools and things like vouchers. Yeah. Now, charter schools in the United States, it's a real mixed bag, right? There are charter schools that are out there that are run by people who are genuinely motivated to try to produce a better alternative. Some of them have good ideas, some of them have very bad ideas, but some of them are genuinely motivated.
Which is the point of charter schools.
Which is the point of charter schools, but there are also just a lot of extremely dodgy operators out there. And the thing about education is it is always going to cost quite a lot of money. That money is always going to need to be provided by governments one way or the other. And the view of a lot of the private sector is that money should be going to us, not to the teachers' unions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's, yeah.
Just to explain to people what when they talk about school choice and they're talking about charter schools and all the rest of it, there's no reason why charter schools can't exist just on their own, doing their own little thing, raising their own money however they want. The parents can pay for them like other private schools.
Yep.
There's no reason why you can't have that. But what the system they want to have in America is what they call a voucher system.
Yeah.
Where rather than the federal government funding, this much for disabled, that much for student loans, whatever, they hand out, every parent gets a voucher worth X $1,000 to do what they will with.
Yes.
And so they can take that to their local public school and they'll give their local public school more funding. Or they can take that to the charter school and they'll pay for their tuition at the charter school. That's the theory, right? And the theory then is that the good charter schools will attract more parents and they will attract more funding. And so other charter schools will then copy those charter schools and then you'll get the spreading of better practices.
Yes.
That's the theory.
That is the theory.
Now, in reality, the problem with this, which Dave has already touched on, but I just want to just make it very explicit, the reality is that this will always lead to the poorer schools becoming poorer.
Yes.
Because no one's going to want to send their kids to those poor schools. And so very rapidly, they will just end up with no funding.
Yeah.
They'll become really shit, and you'll end up with education deserts in poor areas.
Yes.
That's the concern.
And the charter schools that are going to move into there will be outright scams. Yeah. Because they don't need to be anything else. Yeah.
Richie, do you have anything to add to this topic? I'll go a bit, but you can go
this
first.
is one of the reasons when people talk about things like outcomes-based education or teacher performance, which sound like, fairly innocuous kind of who could be against good performing teachers. In fact, that's a little bit of a thin end of a wedge to look at poor performing schools and strip them of their funding. When in reality, it's the poorer performing schools which probably need more funding because they are poorly resourced in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look as well at attacks on things like school lunches, which are attacked in all kinds of ways by the right, and which, those attacks, I expect them to intensify over the next 4 years. That's a serious part of school performance, right? There's an old saying, you cannot teach a hungry child. For there are plenty of children in the United States for whom schools are a major source of their meals. Yeah. So, but teachers are always the scapegoat.
By the way, I should say that the state which I think is generally considered to have the best charter schools is Massachusetts.
Right.
And the old mate Romney had a bit to do with that, I suspect. And the hope, I think, by the sort of the mixed model, like you aren't going all the way to vouchers and aren't going all the way to just public schools. Is that if you can create a vibrant charter school sector that aren't full of scams, and that's a big if. But if you can, then most schools want to be better. The principals want to be better. If you can demonstrate with a charter school that you have a superior method of teaching or a superior style, other schools will copy you. You don't necessarily need to incentivize them with funding shortfalls. Like if there's a school in a poor area doing very well, other principals are going to pay attention. So what are they doing? Why are they doing well? That is the mixed model theory. I mean, this is all theory but that is another kind of theory as well. Just throw it out there.
The problem is the handful of very high performing charter schools get held up as the model of charter schools, understandably. Most of them are not like that. And there's been this sort of seductiveness of charter schools. Like there are a lot of Democrats who increasingly see charter schools as the silver bullet for education rather than the hard stuff, rather than actually resourcing them. So, there's a handful of famous ones that get held up as the model. Even though a lot of these schools, their specialty seems to be specifically educating children towards winning the national spelling bee, rather than a broader set of things.
If you're going to teach them something, that's a good thing to teach them.
There's also a religious aspect to this, isn't
there? Well, there is a
That-
major
that,
religious aspect to it.
That vouchers can be used to fund religious education in a
Yes.
way that direct federal funding can't.
Yes.
Is that right?
Good call.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, I got a couple of random things to add to this. First of
Yes.
all, the Education Department is a great second agency to try to take down. Where the first agency is USAID, they obviously picked USAID on purpose because foreign aid is the thing which whenever you have any poll, we go, what should we cut? First thing everyone says is foreign aid. So USAID was always going to be the first one if they wanted to take down agencies. The second one was always going to be the Education Department. Number one, it's small, which makes it's the smallest agency, which makes it the easiest to cut down. Secondly, it polls badly. It polls 44-45, as in 44% favourability, 45% unfavourability. Literally every other agency other than the IRS has positive results, often hugely positive, like 20 points, 30 points to the favourable. Whereas, Education Department is at least a 50-50. So that gives them a chance at least of taking it down. The IRS, I've forgotten what the number is, but they're underwater by about 20 points, unsurprisingly. But other than them, Education Department's next. By the way, they are trying to mess with the IRS as well. Next thing, I don't know what this means, these cuts, because like you make the point, they're not cutting any of the dispensations. They're only cutting the staff.
Yes.
So what that actually means, I don't know.
It's clearly just to make it worse.
Well, I'll get to this.
Yeah.
It's, we should point out this is going to hurt red states more than blue states.
Yes.
If they do have any impact at all, I've got a graph for you here. The percentage of jobs at risk of teachers, like the share of teachers at risk as a result of defunding the Department of Education. As you can see, the ones with 8% or more teachers at risk, you're talking Nevada, Arizona, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. It's not exclusively red, but it's definitely shifting red. They're the ones that would lose more than 8% of their teachers if the Department of Education disappeared tomorrow. Where this goes, though, I think you hit upon it completely when you say it's about the enshittification of the Department of Education.
Yes.
Because this is not just the Department of Education they're doing this for. This is a trend in this government at the moment, this administration, where they are trying to attack popular things by removing the funding for staff, but not for the function.
Yes.
So no one can accuse them of cutting the function.
Yeah.
But they make the service worse.
Yes.
Another great example is the Social Security Administration. Social Security is hugely popular, services 73 million people, 53% favourability to 32% unfavourable, so very popular, 21-point favourability gap there. It's known for being efficient.
Yes.
Social Security Administration costs are about 0.39% of assets. You can't get much lower than that, right? Yet the new head, who, by the way, came from Doge, Leland Dudek, he plans to cut at least 7,000 jobs, which is more than 12% of the agency, even though staffing is notoriously low at the Social Security Administration. It's actually a 50-year low right now. He's also closing regional hubs. He's closing field offices that serve the public. he's eliminating entire programs and consolidating departments. This is what Social Security Commissioner Martin O'Malley said about this, ex-Social Security Commissioner. Ultimately, you're going to see the system collapse and an interruption of benefits. I believe you'll see that within the next 30 to 90 days. O'Malley said Doge are making changes at the agency that have already led to system outages. Those intermittent IT outages may happen more frequently and for more extended periods of time until there's a system collapse and an interruption of benefits, he said. Now, if he's right, that'll be the first interruption of benefits ever in the program's history.
He's better at that than he was as a presidential candidate.
Well, was he running for president? Or was he running
He was.
to try and join someone's band? Every time I saw him, he was playing guitar.
I remember someone said the problem with him was that he had a children's book name. He sounded like a postman in a town where everyone's a bear.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Anyway, so you've got them enshittifying Social Security. At the same time, Musk is running around saying, oh, this is a Ponzi scheme. There's a bunch of 150-year-olds out there claiming benefits, which is not true. It's not true. No matter how many times it gets debunked, it's not true.
There's a massive amount of fraud of basically people submitting Social Security numbers for Social Security benefits, unemployment, small business administration loans, and medical, where those are fake Social Security numbers, or they've stolen somebody else's Social Security number, and we're trying to put a stop to all of that. And that's the number which is estimated to be on the order of 10% of federal expenditures, which is, half $500 billion.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
He's also saying the only reason why this fraud is allowed to exist is because it's Democrats buying illegal voters, which it's not true. That's not true.
The raising report in entitlement spending, which is which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. So that's like the big one to eliminate, because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year. That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here, and then turning them into voters.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats are so upset about the situation, because they're losing. If we turn off this gigantic money magnet for illegal immigrants, then they will leave, and they will lose voters.
I don't understand that theory, by the way. How do illegal immigrants become experts at welfare fraud? I mean, how does an illegal immigrant get access to a 150-year-old on the system of Social Security? It doesn't. Anyway, they're very enterprising computer hackers. They're like like Hugh Jackman and Swordfish. Have you guys ever seen Swordfish?
I haven't.
Lachy, can you find a clip of Hugh Jackman hacking in Swordfish? If you're listening, watch that clip. You'll love it. How to make computer hacking look cool. Anyway, and also the Veterans Affairs Department doing the same thing. Hugely popular department. 51% favourability, 29% unfavourability, according to Pew, that is. They're looking to sack 83,000 workers out of 483,000, trying to get back to 2019 before Biden expanded it. The reason he expanded it was because he had all kinds of problems. So he expanded it. The 2022 PACT Act expanded healthcare benefits to veterans exposed to toxins and to improve the quality of their service. Conservatives want to privatise it, just like they want to privatise Social Security, just like they want to privatise education. And so they want to make them all as shit as possible, I think. The service,
yes,
in order to make people hate it. So they can go, well, let's fix it.
Yeah.
How you fix it is by privatising it. So that's what I think is going on.
Well, and this is part of Musk's interest in the whole thing. Like, I have no doubt that if all of this were to become privatised, Musk would be running companies that would be bidding, probably with quite an advantage, on the contracts, probably claiming that AI was now going to do most of the work that the former employees had done. As I said, there's a lot of the private sector, at least the biggest players in the private sector. They look at all of this money that the government has to spend on every person, and they think, why should this money be in the hands of bureaucrats? Why should this money be in the hands of why shouldn't it be in our hands? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be like Palantir, except instead of drone striking people in Yemen, it fires a teacher in Louisiana.
Perhaps literally, yes.
Anything else, Richie, on this?
I'm good.
No.
Okay, I'm going to. This is kind of a non-topic. I'm going to
Tell
talk
me
about.
more.
I'm going to talk about why I'm not talking about something.
Okay.
Because while I didn't get a chance to read some of the correspondence about this before, there will be correspondence at the end. A few people have asked me this week why I didn't say anything about Trump's speech to Congress, and I want to tell you why. It doesn't matter.
That's true.
It is an orgy of self-congratulation and overstatement. I think even the Republicans were going through the motions a bit on this one. Like this was, what I'm about to play for you, is the 3rd minute of the speech, and they already seem totally buggered.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
Get a delay.
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it.
We clapping? Okay, let's clap. All right.
You can imagine they're thinking, shit, there's another
The
90 minutes of this to
election
go.
of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 300.
See, that's applause. We're actually talking about winning an election. They know, oh yeah, we're supposed to applaud to that. but like they were really phoning it in, I felt.
I think all State of the Union speeches look like this. Because they have standing ovations on an unbelievable hair trigger.
Yeah.
And what they're doing in the first 3 minutes is calibrating it. Right? So it's like everything is not everything can be an applause line for 90 minutes. So that you're going to see a few soft ones at the beginning. I don't think it's Trump related at all.
Okay. No, look, I appreciate the pushback. But I will say this. Like there were 3, 4 ever seens, never seens in that excerpt I just played. I did a count on the number of ever seens and the number of never seens combined. 53. 53 times he did either ever or never in this speech. I had trouble staying awake, I have to say. I did not find it interesting at all. But these speeches, the only people who watch them, and this sounds obvious, but honestly, the commentators did not get this at all. The only people who watch these speeches are the supporters of the president. This goes for both sides. This goes for Democrats. This goes for the Republicans. Straight after an election, especially, the other side's demotivated. There's no way they want to watch the opposing president do a lap of honor. Like, so it's overwhelmingly these speeches are watched by not just people from the party, but people for independents who are leaning towards that person and so on. I've got the evidence here for you. You often will see this kind of poll analysis. It reverberates around Twitter, like these little 10-second clips. This is an example here.
To the results. What was your reaction to Trump's speech? 44% of speech watchers in our instant poll tonight say they had a very positive reaction to Trump's speech. 25% somewhat positive, 31% negative.
Wow.
Hey, is that Chris Cillizza?
No, that's David Shallian. Wow. 69% positive. That means the people love this speech. Oh, my God. We're tired of winning. Kicking goals. What they don't tend to show, though, in their clips is what CNN said directly after that.
How does that stack up against Donald Trump's previous addresses to joint sessions of Congress or State of the Union addresses? Look here, for all the years we have data for, 44% very positive reaction is actually his low water mark in all our instant polls after his previous addresses. You see in 2019, 18, and 17, he was higher in terms of very positive speech reaction. And what about to his modern day predecessors? How does this 44% very positive stack up? Again, it's the bottom of the barrel here. 51% in 2021 when Joe Biden gave his first joint address were very positive. Donald Trump himself was at 57% in 2017, and you see that Bush and Obama even higher than that. So this was not Donald Trump's best speech, but obviously still the plurality of speech watchers had a very positive reaction to it, Joe.
Yeah, that clip didn't get sent around quite as much.
You know what I think Trump actually needs, right? I'm going to give a suggestion to him. Hugo Chavez
Yes.
used to have a show called Allo Presidente, Hello Mr. President, that would run every Sunday for as long as he wanted it to run. It was it would start at 11 in the morning, often finish late in the afternoon, like 6 hours was a normal running time. And it was just unscripted, him talking about whatever he wanted to talk about.
So just political Hey Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
That's, well, yeah. Well, hey, it's Saturday without the variety element. There was no variety in this. It was just him talking. He should do this. He should do this. But
And I shouldn't watch it.
the twist on it is he should, like every week, there have to be a number of congressional Republicans who are just forced to sit behind him the entire time.
And applaud.
Yes.
Standing ovations. Yeah.
This is what he would love it. What's the downside for him from doing this?
There's none.
Nothing.
There's none.
He would
Nothing.
eat into his golf time, but
He can play golf during the
He
week.
could play golf during it.
Yeah.
Bob Hope style,
Yes.
host at
Yeah.
the club.
That'd be great.
One little piece of feedback to this speech caught my eye, and that
What
was
was that?
from Meghan McCain.
Yeah, what'd she say?
And this seemed to be a moment where Meghan McCain went Margaret.
Ah.
I think she's been pushing that way for a while.
She's been pushing that way for a while, but what it took to get her over that line was a Make-A-Wish kid in a policeman's uniform.
Oh, yeah, they love that kid.
And that was a real come to Papa moment for her. And it is fascinating. It doesn't stop being fascinating to me that Trump has this incredible ability to insult people and insult their family members.
Yes.
And then they will come and work for him or praise him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this also almost kind of like sadomasochistic element of US society that I find a bit disturbing.
It's true. You're right. You're right. He's got a real track record of that. For those wondering, by the way, that CNN poll was 21% Democrat, 44% Republican, 35% Independent. But even amongst those groups, it would have been leaning Trump.
Yeah.
Trump. The CBS poll was even more biased. 51% Republicans, 20% Democrats, 27% Independents. But you didn't need to know that spread was biased to know what was going on, because these are the poll results. The people were celebrating, going, oh, wow, the people love him. 77% support his plan to cut government waste and spending. 77% back his immigration and border policies. 76% approve of his speech. 76% approve of removing congressmen who interrupted his speech. 74% say his speech was presidential. 74% say his speech was entertaining. 73% support his stance on Russia and Ukraine. 71% said his speech was inspiring. 68% said it made them feel hopeful and proud. 68% said he has a clear plan to tackle inflation. 68% said he accurately described America's crime crisis. It goes on. 70% of Americans don't agree on anything. That is a sure sign. We should just ignore all these polls.
I think the key
Just
stat
move on.
was 74% found it entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't one of them. I nearly fell
No.
asleep twice.
No. Less entertaining than Hey Hey It's Saturday.
Yes. Yeah. But I mean, in fact, I actually think I disagree with you about the Meghan McCain thing as that being significant. I think there's only one significant thing in the entire speech, and it was this.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
His people spent the last 3 weeks in court maintaining that Musk was not the head of DOGE and that he was just a special government employee with no particular powers. And then Trump said that. And then Trump started to lose some cases because everyone just in court started playing that grab. So that could be significant in terms of Doge being pulled up by the judiciary. So I'm pleased about that.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of talk, which I'm not going to go into, about Democrats' reaction to the speech. And in fact, that has been the dominant talk of this week when talking about that speech from both sides. There was a focus from the left about how Democrats were going to disrupt the speech, how they needed to. They need to fight back. How are we going to fight back, guys? Once again, I don't think it matters. You can't fight back. He has a microphone. You don't. And the crowd are going to chant USA whenever you say anything. If you do something interesting, the camera will not be on you. So, what? Like, you can't win. When people try, they always look awful. I direct you to 2009 when...
I was just thinking that, yeah.
Lachy says, have they considered dressing as a rat catcher? Cheeky. That's good. I direct you to 2009 when Joe, whatever his name was it Wilson? Joe someone or other, yelled out, "You lie," at Obama. And that was the hugest scandal in the world. People like much bigger scandal than Al Green shaking his walking stick. Like people were like going absolutely nuts. I'm going to play it to you again. Have a look at Nancy Pelosi. She nearly sort of jumped out of her chair. She was so angry.
The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegal. It's not true. And one more misunderstanding I want to clear up. Under our plan,
Do you remember the days when people got offended by anything?
Yeah, I think the tenor of public life may have changed somewhat since those days.
Yes.
I think I might
But I'm
have.
also reminded of the time when the vice president was allowed to choose his own outfits.
You can tell the difference there that he was combing his own hair in those days.
Yeah. Anyway, that at the time was massively controversial. In 2010, the Republicans destroyed the Democrats. It made no difference whatsoever. So the fact that Al Green, from the moment Donald Trump started speaking, basically was standing and yelling at him incoherently. It was. I thought it was embarrassing and pathetic. But it doesn't matter. Who cares? It doesn't matter at all. This is Al Green's take, just so you know.
So what were you shouting to the president?
The president said he had a mandate. And I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I have people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. And I want him to know that his budget calls for deep cuts in Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid, protect it. We need to raise the cap on Social Security. There's a possibility that it's going to be hurt. And we've got to protect Medicare. These are the safety net programs that people in my congressional district depend on. And this president seems to care less about them and more about the number of people that he can remove from the various programs that have been so helpful to so many people.
Is yelling during the speech the best way to get that across?
It is the best way to get it across to a person who uses his incivility against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility.
So do you think have no mandate? Is that what you said?
Well, look, I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I've said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
Okay, I played that long because you wouldn't have seen that anywhere. Like what he was trying to do has been lost. You certainly wouldn't have gotten. That's a fine message he's trying to send there, but you wouldn't have got any of that from him just yelling silently while waving his cane, which is what everyone at home saw. My point, though, to Democrats is you don't need to win every battle. Like, let them have their night. It's okay. Shake your paddles if you want. Wear fuchsia. I don't care. Like, none of this matters. Like back in 2009, the Tea Party hadn't even started yet. Be patient. 6 weeks in, you're not going to have a lot of wins. You know,
That's not Mitch McConnell mindset.
It might not
Never
be.
let them win anything.
Well,
That's the.
But Mitch McConnell did let Obama. He didn't want to, but he did let Obama win for the first few weeks.
Yeah, but not
That's
through,
where we're at.
Not through conceding the field.
No.
I think that this is a partisan environment where protests of this kind, whether it's effective or not, you're going to see it instead of nothing.
Oh yeah, to be clear, I'm not criticizing them protesting. I'm criticizing the people gnashing their teeth, going, "Why isn't this working? Do better, Democrats." I'm saying, do whatever you like. I don't care. None of this matters. Like, turn up nude. I don't care. Do whatever you like. And Hakeem Geoffrey shouldn't be chewing them out because I shouldn't say that after the nude thing. Because he didn't like their protest. Because it doesn't matter. Hakeem, you got no power right now, mate. Like, it just doesn't matter. It's all you can do is just publicize when Trump does something wrong, and it will build. Over time, it will build. Yeah.
This is an exploratory phase where they're trying a whole lot of things that don't work.
Yeah.
Because they don't really, all of their techniques against Trump have not worked.
Yeah.
So this is, a point which they were never supposed to reach. So even in the tactics that you saw during the speech, there's a lot of diffusion, Some people had the bingo paddles, some people had the fuchsia outfits. There's no coordinated opposition because people are putting up trial balloons going, okay, well, let's just see if anything sticks anymore.
Yeah, no, look, I completely agree. I'm just saying that I just feel like social media has made us feel like you've got to win everything. And it's okay to not win sometimes. Yeah, you still compete. I'm not saying you don't compete. I'm not saying you don't try. I'm just saying just accept early on the odds are stacked against you and you're going to lose a lot. And that just goes with the turf. Calm down, essentially, is what I'm saying. What, you got any thoughts on that?
No, I didn't watch the speech.
No, that's fine. But the flip side is the case as well. There's been a lot of Republicans criticizing Democrats for not clapping. You go, oh my God, have you ever seen one of these before? No one ever claps. I mean, I know, brain cancer kid didn't get clapped by the Democrats. But I mean, as if anyone cares. Like they never, like the other side never clap this kind of stuff.
My favourite moment of confected outrage about State of the Union incivility was the time that Nancy Pelosi, at the end of Donald Trump's speech, just demonstratively tore up the
speech,
tore up the script, which I can't remember who it was who said, because of the fact that in that speech Trump had mentioned the name of veterans who died, she was tearing up those veterans. She was tearing up the names of the veterans who died.
Yeah.
It's tonally very similar to what we're seeing now about talking about how tariffs on Canada will raise prices. That is disrespectful to all the brave people who've died of Canadian fentanyl. You are dishonouring the memories of the fentanyl veterans.
That is the vibe. I do feel as well, though, that people need to watch out about trying to, like when they're so desperate. This connects to what I was saying before, so desperate for a win. That especially the commentators afterwards, they push themselves into unfortunate positions. Like this was Nicole Wallace on MSNBC trying to come up with a way that Trump loses on the brain cancer kid thing. Like the kid with brain cancer who wanted to be a cop, and you got a little little nominal little badge. Yeah, well done, kid. This is what Nicole Wallace had to say about that.
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about DJ. And I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump's supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he isn't one who has to testify against the people who carried out acts of seditious conspiracy and then live to see Donald Trump pardon those people.
What a heroic effort. to try to pull a negative out of the brain cancer kid by making it about January 6th. Yeah, don't do that. Richie, you're down now for Trump's foreign policy, but if you want, I know you want to talk about tariffs as well, and Dave set you up for tariffs. So if you want
Yes.
to talk about tariffs straight away, you might as well. It's up to you.
Well, I think we should do it in reverse. I think we should talk about foreign policy.
Okay, let's do that.
Because
Okay.
the tariffs are really a subset of foreign policy.
Okay, let's go.
And I went to a talk by Sam Roggeveen, the kind of security analyst here. And he used some terminology which I had not encountered before, which is a way of thinking about the Trump foreign policy schools, which came out of the European Council on Foreign Relations. And it's since become, it's got a bit of movement behind it that, this kind of makes sense to understand the different people in Trump's sphere, in his orbit. I agree with you about the Zelensky press conference. That was Vance kind of hijacking it a little bit at the end. I'm not sure if it was planned or not, but it was also an ideological clash between Rubio and Vance, who have slightly different ideas, in some cases very different ideas about what the US should be and its place in the world. So the terms which are being used about the different ideas and the different people who hold these ideas is one of them is the primacists. So that's like the sort of John Bolton style. The US is the light on the hill still. It should be the predominant world power. That should be the world hegemon, and it should prosecute its interests in Iraq War kind of style.
Yep.
The other is the prioritizers, which say...
Sorry. Before we go on,
Yep.
can you say who the primacists are?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of primacists. There's many, many fewer than there used to be.
Yeah.
And there's still some debate about who exactly is a primacist and who is not.
Yeah.
So Rubio, for example, is sometimes called a primacist turned prioritizer,
Yeah.
which is the second subcategory. But Pompeo, for example, would clearly be
Gotcha.
a primacist as
Okay.
well.
All right, go on.
So the prioritists are people who say the days of the US being a world hegemon are over.
Yep.
It's a multipolar world, and we can only deal with one major adversary in our weight class at a time, and that has to be China.
Yeah.
China's the only one that can challenge our hegemony in Asia, and that means that we have to prioritize our resources to challenge them, especially there. Elbridge Colby,
I was gonna say,
is kind of who's now just become Undersecretary of Defense, is kind of the intellectual architect of prioritization.
And that's Vance as well, presumably.
Vance as well is a prioritizer. Yeah. So those aren't people who necessarily, like Elbridge Colby doesn't think that the US should go to war with China. It doesn't think that it should view Taiwan as an existential issue for the United States, but that you have to be in an arms race with them, which controls this kind of what's called the Thucydides trap in foreign relations, where there's a declining power and a rising power at the same time. The last are the restrainers. So those people, they're effectively old school isolationists, people who think that the US's best interests are best served by not really doing much at all unless it can absolutely avoid it. And surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly for people on this show or who listen to it, probably the restrainer in chief is Donald Trump himself.
Yeah, that's what
he is the one who is, most reluctant to get involved in these kinds of issues. So that's why when you do see, Rubio sinking ashen-faced into his chair, it's not just a kind of political brouhaha. It's also a debate about what the US should be doing and a competition between people within the administration about influencing US foreign policy direction in these ways.
I actually wouldn't characterize Trump in that way at all. And I've always pushed back on any characterization of him as isolationist. I think his view is that the United States should be extracting things from the rest of the world. and should especially be extracting things from its allies. So, yes, he's not that interested in getting involved in wars with adversaries. He doesn't have the Cold War mindset of really wanting to take on the other great powers. He does want fairly peaceful relationships with them. But he also wants enough of a sense of danger that there will be other countries who have to be dependent on the United States, not just for security, but for trade as well, and that the US should be taxing them. Like his whole thing about the External Revenue Agency, that may sound fanciful, but it's actually a pretty good metaphor for how he views the world, which is there are all of these other countries that are completely dependent on the US. He sees that dependency in everything from trade to immigration to students on international visas, but especially in terms of national security. And he feels that this should just be a bounty to the United States, that the United States should just, Roman Empire style, should be extracting tribute from all of these countries that are completely dependent on the US. I think that is quite different from the sort of Jeffersonian style isolationism. Not that Jefferson was much of an isolationist himself, given that he sent the US Navy halfway across the Atlantic Ocean to fight the Barbary pirates before he told Congress about it. That, by the way, was the first instance of a president violating the constitutional provision that the House of Representatives is supposed to declare war. But he doesn't even meet that sort of that bar of isolationism. The restrainer thing, I think, describes his attitude towards military conflict. I think that he really doesn't want military conflict. And the fact that everyone knows he doesn't want military conflict is a problem for him because he claims he likes to have the real unpredictability. Whoa, you don't know. You don't know whether I'm going to attack or not. It's become very clear at the moment that he's quite averse to military conflict. Now, that's a different question from whether that's a good or a bad thing. I always thought that the best thing about the first Trump administration was you knew that he was not going to go to war for American credibility, which is good. That's an improvement on a lot of presidents. But at the same time, it makes it harder for him to actually enact his madman strategy.
I don't feel what you said, Dave, is inconsistent with what Rishi said. Like the restrainer thing, like you say, he's against military activity, which is what I thought Richie was talking about when he's talking about restrainer. I mean, the whole extracting stuff from the world, he's been a bully. He wants to extract it from Greenland and from Canada and from and Panama, shitty little countries that are never going to provide any obstacles whatsoever. Like, he's not trying to extract it from Russia or from China. And so I think that is consistent with the restrainer thing.
Well, I think it's a definitional issue which comes down to isolationism, especially in the US context, having particular resonances with Jefferson and others. So maybe a neater way to, or a more precise way to say it would be that Trump is a non-interventionist. And that's the real contrast is between him and this neocon vision of intervening not just in favour of US interests, but to try and reshape other countries in US interests and in the US's image in a way. He's not interested
I suppose so. But I
that.
think still threatening Panama with military force is not non-interventionism.
My question to you, Richie, with this analysis you're bringing, how does this fit into the preeminent question at the moment when it comes to foreign policy, which is why is Trump turning his back on Europe and embracing Russia? I think that is the question which I think people are wondering. And why is he turning back on Canada? Why is he picking on America's closest allies and creating enemies there and embracing Russia? How does that fit into all this?
That's a great question. And I don't think it can be neatly solved by saying Trump is a restrainer, therefore he's putting tariffs on Canada. I think this is a slightly different way of looking at different people in the administration. What they have in common, what all of these schools in a way have in common in different ways, or at least the way that they're applied within the Trump administration, is that all of them agree that US hegemony is not going to take the form that it used to. No one is in favour of intervening in Syria to try and make sure there's a democratic government that is allied with Turkey and Israel. They all know that things are going to change. The question of which change that direction takes is what all of them are projecting onto this increasingly chaotic situation. I think that they are, in some ways, exploratory, and you're seeing these coincidences between some wildly different worldviews. So Trump has always had this transactional faith in tariffs. He's been obsessed with tariffs for pretty much his whole life. People talk about Jackson as being his presidential avatar, but McKinley is also a pretty good choice. He just seems to think that tariffs are magic and that you can get other people to pay tax instead of you. That's why they're talking about stuff like the External Revenue Service and the cessation of taxation on all people who earn less than $150,000 a year, like Lutnick was today. But then you have people like Vance, where it's much more of a kind of this very strange hybrid between like tech reactionaries and Peter Thiel, and kind of tradcath thinking about like throne and altar dominionism, right? So essentially that you just, Curtis Yarvin, who's like the kind of intellectual...
the talking vape.
Yeah, talking vape. Yeah. The guy that they all look to go, okay, well, if the US is not going to be promoting democracy, what should it be doing instead? And the answer is just let Europe become a free-for-all, and Russia will just naturally, through its own hegemony, create all these forms of counter-democratic, reactionary government. Yeah. And then that's their problem. And then we can do similar things in the United States.
Yeah.
So
that's getting closer to. I saw a very parsimonious answer to this question at this conference that I was just at, the International Studies Association, where there was one suggestion that basically to smash liberalism at home, you also need to smash it abroad. And Putin has had the most successful, really consciously anti-liberal program of any leader of a major power. Not that liberalism ever really took hold in Russia, but to the extent that it kind of ever existed, he has wiped it out. And Russia has successfully pushed anti-liberalism in other countries as well. It's begun to develop allies who can do the same thing. And basically a lot of Republicans look at that and they're like, yep, that is what we like. This is an example of someone successfully turning the tide on liberalism. Yeah. This is what we should be promoting abroad so that we can do the same thing at home.
That makes sense.
Yeah. There's also an aesthetic element to that. Like
Yes.
we've spoken before, I think that trolling is really, really seriously underestimated. I consider trolling as important as modernism was in the 20th century. It is the kind of governing aesthetic.
Yeah.
Whether through endorsing it or countering it. And Russia really set that in the same way that the CIA helped create modernism in the 20th century. We've talked before about Russian collusion and why I don't think that term is very useful. But Russian influence is extremely important, and it's very easy to underestimate the degree which it has insinuated itself to become the kind of default way of thinking for a lot of online right-wing Americans. Like, if you just pick up an average guy on the street in small-town USA and ask him about Ukraine, you're going to get pretty much pharmaceutical-grade Russian talking points, which have been disseminated deliberately and successfully.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that is by a mile their biggest influence, that they have, I think intentionally, created the scaffolds that support our debate, our public
absolutely.
debate.
Absolutely.
Which is like, and back in before 2016, that just wasn't the case. It's I should say, by the way, you brought up the collusion thing, and we were talking off air about that before because we have spoken about that before, and I actually got a little bit of trouble just to prepare a small little bit about that, which I'll now say now, just because I know it's an area that you like me to discuss every now and then. That, like, I was someone who, from the beginning, was extremely skeptical about the Steele dossier on air, in a way that my co-host wasn't quite so skeptical, and I was always pouring water over that whole collusion thing. But ironically, these days the conventional wisdom is 100% bullshit. The whole thing was 100% bullshit from the beginning, and I don't say that.
No,
as the person who was amongst the most skeptical out of the mainstream media in Australia. Pretty much, I was the most skeptical person from the mainstream media in Australia early on. I'm probably the least skeptical now in the mainstream media in Australia because I read the Mueller report and there's stuff there. There is, like, it's not collusion, but let me tell you what there is there in the Mueller report if you ever read it. I just did a little quick reminder for this. Number one, Michael Cohen, Trump's personal lawyer, confessed to lying to hide the direct contact he had during the election campaign with Dmitry Peskov's office when he was chasing the Trump Tower deal. He admitted to having lied about having that contact. Okay, that's just a fact. Trump's foreign policy advisor, George Papadopoulos, admitted to lying about the timing and the circumstances of when he learnt that Russia had Hillary's emails and planned to release them to her campaign. He admitted to lying about that. Roger Stone was found guilty of lying to cover up the nature and the source of his advance notice of the Russian hacking scheme. The FBI found evidence as well that Stone knew of several of the Russian personas before they were public. So he knew about them somehow. Manafort, who was the chair of the campaign, was found guilty of lying about a meeting with Kilimnik, who was a known Russian intelligence agent. Manafort admits to providing him with sensitive information on the Trump campaign. Sorry, he was found guilty of providing him with sensitive information on the Trump campaign polling and campaign strategy. All of those are either convictions or admitted lies. All right? I'm not saying there was collusion. I never thought there was. I still don't. But I do think there was probably an improper relationship between Russia and some elements of the Trump campaign, in particular Roger Stone. Roger Stone stinks to high heaven. He definitely knew something. He was definitely talking to someone. He's lying his ass off. There is no doubt about that. So now, that's not me saying, oh, Trump was in it with Putin and all the rest of it. That's me saying there was definitely a relationship between Russia and the Trump campaign in a number of places, which didn't necessarily involve Donald Trump himself, but definitely involved elements of his campaign. And the suggestion that there was zero contact, the whole thing's made up, Steele was just tripping balls, that's just not true. That's right. You look at the Mueller report.
It's also the whole way that it was fed through the concept of collusion in the first place. Russian influence is a matrix of behavior, and it's a playbook, which is very well understood, particularly in Europe and especially Eastern Europe, that ranges from messaging to direct contact with political parties, to direct funding of political parties, to the kind of collusion that we're talking about that was alleged here. Collusion is only kind of the end point. In the US, we saw almost all of the others. I mean, it's bizarre to me that it was way less of a scandal that a whole bunch of right-wing influencers were found to have had direct funding from Russia. That was back on air. You know, like nothing had happened a few weeks later. That to me is far more consequential than an unproven and probably not very important case of so-called collusion.
That is a great call.
Speaking of confessions and direct funding, I bought a copy of George Papadopoulos' book, Deep State Target.
Did you read it?
Yes, because
Does it go onto the book list?
No, it doesn't. And I didn't read the whole thing. I only bought it because there was one specific chapter that I wanted to read called The Devil from Down Under, which was about his encounter with Alexander Downer in London. I've got to say, this is special. The way that it turns Alexander Downer into this deeply sinister and scheming figure that like nobody in Australia would be able to recognise. This is a guy who sends out whiny emails to his like Adelaide Hills listserv about all the people not supporting my daughter in the election can't be real Adelaide Hills people because real Adelaide Hills people love our family. Like this is who Alexander Downer is. He's not someone who's spearheading the international deep state effort to take Trump down.
Look, don't ruin my dream. My dream for the second Trump administration is that Alexander Downer is found to have been a Five Eyes agent who spied on George Papadopoulos, and then Tulsi Gabbard sends him to Gitmo.
Wow.
Plenty of time left.
Yeah.
Just before we move off this area, there is, I did see a theory which I want to bring to your notice. See what you guys think about this. It's twice I want to quote Jonah Goldberg today. I think he's had a good couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And there's a clip which I saw of him being interviewed by Sam Harris, where he gave his theory about the Russia-Europe thing. And it's not like a coherent, like, world-encompassing theory, but I think it's as good an explanation as I've seen about what a potential mindset might be behind Trump and Russia and Europe. Have a look.
But really, it's Tony Soprano approach, right? He thinks NATO is a protection racket and they're not kicking up enough. It explains why he's so nasty to our allies, but so deferential to our adversaries, because the adversaries are in effect heads of the other five families, and they deserve respect as equals because he's a boss and they're bosses. But his underbosses, his capo regimes, his button men, England, Canada, all those guys, they aren't showing enough respect to the Don, as it were. And that colors his entire approach to our relationship with allies and our relationship to adversaries, is that our adversaries deserve respect because they're strong men like him, and our allies are weak and they're living off of his teat and not showing him enough respect.
What do we think of that?
First of all, I'm just trying to get the image of Donald Trump's teat out of my head.
Shriveled orange teat.
But yeah, I mean, this is there's a lot of different versions of this kind of. It's a 1984 world, right, where you have three zones, one in Asia, one in the Americas, and one in Europe, and each of them is ruled by a kind of strongman hegemon. And he is already, clearly in his mind, Xi and Putin are those people. So yeah, I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, it kind of predates mafia style thinking, doesn't it? It's an imperial model of the presidency with added car salesman characteristics.
Yeah. Nothing could ever induce me to actually watch Jonah Goldberg having a conversation with Sam Harris. It's great to see what Jonah Goldberg looks like these days. I have just given up on the idea that American conservatives will ever be persuaded to use the term Britain rather than England when talking about the United Kingdom. I've just given up on that entirely. Yeah. Go ahead, just call it England.
I guess that they learnt that the same place they learnt to call the Democratic Party the Democrat Party.
Maybe one day it will just be England. I mean, although Wales is probably never going to devolve. Probably. Let's be realistic about this.
Dave, while you're taking all the big targets down. Do you want to
Take that, Jonah Goldberg.
Do you want to keep on going with talking about autism and vaccines?
Yeah, well, I mean, autism and vaccines is a minor part of this story.
Okay, tell us the full story.
The full story is Robert F. Kennedy has been a vaccine skeptic for a long time, and he's already beginning to put that skepticism into practice as the Health and Human Services Secretary.
He
now,
sure is.
You will remember that in the lead up to his not only his confirmations, but when Trump started talking about him as a potential Health and Human Services Secretary, which was basically right after he incompetently dropped out of the presidential race, still managing to leave his name on the ballot in a lot of states, Kennedy began using this line of, I don't want to take vaccines away from anyone. If you want to have vaccines, you can still have them.
Yep.
So the problem with that is that vaccines for most diseases depend on herd immunity.
Yes.
And I really want to clarify what I mean by this, because herd immunity was one of the most misused terms of the COVID pandemic, right? Where people were saying, 50% of the population gets COVID, then you've got herd immunity. That was the exact voice that was always said in. No. What herd immunity for many diseases, and let's talk about measles, for example, because there is currently a measles outbreak going on in West Texas. Herd immunity refers to when you have enough of the population covered by vaccines that people who can't get vaccinated for various reasons, whose immune systems don't react to vaccines, for whatever reason the vaccine doesn't take, that they are protected. Okay, there will always be a certain number of people who, for whatever reason, can't be vaccinated or the vaccines just don't work. Herd immunity is what protects them. Herd immunity has to be very high. Okay, so for measles, it's estimated it's around 95%. When you get vaccine coverage dropping below that, pretty quickly you get big enough cracks in herd immunity that you can get outbreaks happening. The US was actually declared measles free in 2000. That turned out to be a premature judgment. So when Kennedy says, I don't want to take anyone's vaccines away from them, if you like your vaccines, you can keep your vaccines, whatever, what he's doing is he's taking away the protection of vaccines from people who can't get that protection themselves. Okay, vaccines in a situation of herd immunity even protect those who cannot be vaccinated. Yeah. So framing it as a matter of individual choice greatly increases the risk of infectious disease. Now, this is why when measles outbreaks happen, as they are happening now, it's generally in low vaccination enclaves. Yeah. Okay, so this began in a Mennonite community in New Mexico. There are a lot of Mennonites who, for reasons that I'll get into, don't vaccinate. It's spread from there into West Texas. This doesn't mean it's suddenly going to infect the entire country, because most of the country the herd immunity is still there.
Yeah.
But if there is a continuing campaign over the next 4 years to degrade vaccination and to frame it as a matter of individual choice and to suggest that vaccines don't work, we're going to be heading for more outbreaks like this. There's already been one death of an unvaccinated child from this. There will be more.
Importantly,
yes,
it's not just about saying the vaccines don't work, because he doesn't do that.
Yeah,
he like, at least as HHS head.
Yes,
he doesn't say the measles vaccine doesn't work.
Yeah.
What he says is, you have the choice of the measles vaccine.
Yeah.
But there's also these awesome other therapies that work brilliantly.
Yes.
That's what he does. He encourages other things rather than discouraging vaccines.
And part of the discourse out there is that the best vaccine there is measles. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That, what you should actually do is get it. Now, it's true most people don't die from measles, but some do.
Some do.
The cutting edge of this was a book which is also not going on the reading list, which I've got on Kindle, called Melanie's Marvelous Measles by an Australian author.
Pete Evans.
Sorry?
Pete Evans.
So Pete Evans' home substitutes for vaccines didn't include staring at the sun. Yeah, I think like staring at the sun is one of his things.
That's one of his therapies.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Sure.
They're in John Edwards' biography of Paul Keating from the mid-90s. Paul Keating was furious about this because it begins with an anecdote about Paul Keating's belief that jumping on a trampoline was a cure for cancer. That like at the exact moment that your body goes from going up to going down, that's when the cancer cells disappear. I don't know if Keating actually believed this, but he was furious that John Edwards...
according to Google AI, it's true.
Well, yeah, because Google AI is pulling the text from that biography. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit off topic here. But yes, this degradation of vaccine is going to lead to a degradation of herd immunity. And that is the really potentially dangerous thing that is coming from all of this. Now, to get into some other aspects of this, the Trump administration is now reportedly commissioning a study on whether there's a link between vaccines and autism. If this study is done in any credible way whatsoever, there is not going to be a link found between vaccine and autism. That's not the point. The point is to put the words vaccine and autism into proximity with each other.
Yeah.
So the famous study that claimed that there was a link was by Andrew Wakefield. It was in The Lancet in 1998. That was retracted. It has since been debunked thousands and thousands of times. Doesn't matter. Every time it's debunked, the words vaccine and autism are put back together again. And there are, there are enough websites out there, often with names that like Australian Vaccine Network, right?
Sure.
That sounds like something that might be pro-vaccine or
Yes.
at least dedicated to informing people about vaccines. Just continuing to push this link.
Sorry, I just need to read out
Yes,
what
yeah.
Lachy found for us here, this Pete Evans thing.
Yeah.
This is a quote from Pete Evans. Every day I love to immerse myself in an experience within the cleansing ocean water, as well as a brief gaze into the radiant light of the early rising or late setting sun. These simple yet powerful practices have got to be two of the best forms of free medicine on the planet for body, mind, and spirit. Hashtag sun gazing. Okay, now I know he says the word medicine there.
Yeah.
But I am going to say that is less kooky than RFK. That's what I'm going to say. I mean, I'm going to be fair to Pete Evans here. He is on the RFK scale, where RFK is 10.
Yeah.
And 0 is the rest of us. I am going to give that a 4.
Well done, Paleo Pete.
Do we agree?
Well, I think he gets some extra points for being an esoteric Nazi. But I am less, obviously, this is very concerning, but I'm a bit less concerned about anti-vaxxers than other people are. The number of people who are hardcore, ideologically committed anti-vaxxers
it's
who
tiny.
have no vaccines and give their children no vaccines is unbelievably small. It's less than 1% of the population. That number has been stable for over a century.
Yep.
And if you encounter those people, they are often profoundly mentally ill. Even those people who are very vociferously anti-vaxxing on places like the Australian Vaccination Network, secretly a lot of them just go and get vaccines. They do.
And at least for some diseases, yeah.
They may not get all of them. They may not get them in schedule, but the number of that have 0 vaccines is very, very small.
Yeah.
We are in underexplored territory when the head of the Make America Healthy movement again is doing this while also doing burger ads for another sort of Nazi adjacent chain which cooks its beef in tallow fryers.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that this is going to be very committed. And I think that the autism vaccine study is going to be like the study done into wind farm noise or the study done into the mysterious phenomenon where large old cars supposedly drove themselves when in fact it was just old people pressing the wrong pedal.
Yes.
This is something where there have been times and places where the government has said, okay, we'll look into your quack theory as a way to kind of take some of the wind out of it.
Yeah, but I don't think that this is like we're going to look into the quack theory to take the wind out of it. We're going to keep putting the words vaccine and autism out there. But you make a very good point about, hardcore anti-vaxxers are not a very big section of the population at all. Where the serious area of concern for public health, when you're talking about the difference between, say, 95% and 93% vaccine coverage, so the serious concern is about the vaccine hesitant, which is a much larger section of the population. Now, vaccine hesitant people, it's exactly what the term means. They might be people who do eventually get their children vaccinated, but they're people who have doubts about it one way or the other, which sometimes works out into vaccination being delayed or not happening at all. And as I say, when we're talking about these fairly small margins between herd immunity and non-herd immunity, the vaccine hesitant are a very important section of the population. I've been involved in research on vaccine hesitancy. I did a lot of this with my co-author from University of Western Australia, Katie Atwell, between 2015 and 2021. I haven't done it for a while, but Katie is still going great guns on this subject. And the whole ethos of research into vaccine hesitancy is that you don't want to stigmatize people who have concerns about vaccination. That is the wrong approach. And it was actually very unhelpful that in the media, a lot of the time, anyone who didn't vaccinate was referred to as an anti-vaxxer, as if there was some sort of hardcore ideological commitment. Probably the biggest reasons that people don't vaccinate are usually actually to do with problems of access towards vaccines. But for people for whom it is a decision, they need to be seriously understood. And it should, from my point of view, be a public health aim to really try to reach those people and converse with them on their terms, not with the aim of coercion, but certainly with the aim of understanding what it is that they're hesitant about and what it is that public health can do to allay their concerns. During the COVID pandemic, we did some research with Pure Profile, which is a Western Australian survey company, about a potential COVID vaccine. And I think I've talked about this on PEP before, but it was probably quite a long time ago. And so we were asking, this is in 2020, a question about a hypothetical COVID vaccine. Would you take it? And if it existed, do you think it should be mandatory? In any other country where you ask those questions, you get this very predictable response, which is that most of the population says that they would take it, but a smaller number of the population says that it should be mandatory. Australia, we got the most Australian answer on earth, which was that 66% of people, I think it was, said that they would take it, but 72% of people said it should be mandatory. So
we love mandatory.
Yeah. There's 6% of the population out there that says, no, I wouldn't take it myself, but it should be mandatory. But we found that of the people who were reluctant about it, we gave them multiple options. It wasn't just yes or no. 3/4 of the people who were reluctant about it said that they were reluctant because the vaccine would have been developed too quickly and with not enough safety testing. Now, that, to be fair, was an entirely rational answer. Yeah. We were looking at a vaccine that would have been that was the fastest vaccine ever developed. Like, people did have some sense this was going to be a lot faster. There was also this media focus that it was this race. It was this race between the scientific agencies and these doctors who would be first to the vaccine. And it was also incredibly obvious that this was politically important for every government in the world that they get a vaccine out there. Now, from that point of view, the skepticism was completely understandable. And it would have been great if the if the media coverage was a bit different, I think, although there's only so much you can blame the media for it. The fact was there was an extraordinary, unprecedented scientific coordination to get these vaccines out there. There were also severe communication problems around the around the vaccine. The vaccine wasn't going to actually just stop people from getting sick. The expectations that were built up around it that were then not fulfilled, that was part of the problem, I think, in degrading public trust in the vaccine. So this is a very serious and an important topic. Therefore, I think that it's very worrying that the NIH is now cancelling all grants related to the study of vaccine hesitancy or anything to do with vaccine uptake, with how vaccine uptake can actually be promoted. This is essentially an attack on herd immunity.
So that's this HHS they've done that.
Under
RFK.
Yeah. That is HHS. So NIH has sent the directive out.
There's a tension here. I mean, apart from the fact that this clearly stems from the fact that RFK is himself an anti-vaxxer, there's a tension here in some of the different models of what Trump 2 is in governance terms, right? So the kind of Doge thinking around it is that government is a data problem. Specifically, government is a data problem that AI can solve. That, you fire enough public servants, fire enough federal workers, and get all of the records together and then just run AI through it and it can tell you what to do and become efficient that way. But at the same time, the data is being shut down as well. The data collection is being shut down as well, not just in this instance, but in lots of other areas of scientific research. And that makes me skeptical of what that is for as well.
Yes. And also, this, despite Trump now saying, it needs to be a scalpel rather than a chainsaw, the fact is it's always a chainsaw. And these are the kinds of things that happen. So this is according to the Science article. Another $548,002 project that has been terminated is analysing electronic health records and infant developmental screening data to study whether the COVID-19 vaccine is safe in people who are pregnant or breastfeeding. The grant's primary investigator, perinatal epidemiologist Kristen Palmston at the Health Partners Institute, said she was stunned by the 10th of March termination notice. The grant does not study vaccine hesitancy or uptake, Palmston says. I originally wrote this grant because I was breastfeeding my daughter around the time of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, and there was no available human data on the safety of COVID-19 vaccination during breastfeeding. Right, so in other words, this is a study that, if anything, is going to, this is a result that could actually bring into question the COVID-19 vaccine. As she said, it's not about hesitancy or uptake. So why was this one targeted? Because it has something to do with parents' decisions about vaccination, right? So they don't want any scientific study of the decision-making process around vaccination. So I don't know, this whole field that I was once a part of is basically on the chopping block. So before it disappears forever, I'll just share with you one of our early findings. Okay, so this was this is an article in 2017, which we called Parenting as Politics, and we said vaccine hesitancy was often related to people's social identity, and that there were a lot of different strands of it. So we said there are various worldviews among these tribes, some of which are affluent and some of which reject materialism, some of which follow traditional religion and some of which favour non-traditional forms of spirituality. However, we suggest that they are all formed in opposition to what they perceive as the damaging practices of modern mass society. While we engage broadly with this tribalism and its impacts, we focus largely on a specific and distinctive cultural style or tribe associated with vaccine hesitancy and refusal in the developed world. one that places a particular value on natural approaches to parenting, health, and lifestyle, what another researcher calls a holistic health ontology. People who adhere to this worldview value their own expertise and that of alternative health practitioners over mainstream medical and scientific expertise. They distrust what they see as unthinking deference to industrialized, commodified, and financially co-opted medicine, and do not believe that the vaccinating mainstream has any valid claim on them or their children. While not all of these individuals may disagree with the profit orientation of their societies, with social norms around achievement orientation, or with community participation, they do appear to hold specific beliefs around the damage of mass society as it pertains to the realm of health and the health of their children in particular. When it comes to this, they seemingly do not aspire to acceptance from mainstream society. Rather, they define themselves in opposition to it. Okay, so one of our big findings is you cannot nag people into accepting vaccination. We were very critical of media coverage that tried to do that. Interestingly, at this time, the News Corp papers were really very heavily committed to a pro-vaccine line, which on the one hand is good. On the other hand, we felt they went about it in really unproductive ways, like referring to people in the northern rivers of New South Wales as risky hippie hotbeds, and suggesting that they posed a threat to the rest of the country when they don't. They only really posed a threat to themselves. So this is why I think this research is so important, because it's not about nagging people into it. It's not about coercing people into it. It is more about how do you talk to people to find out what their concerns actually are so that you can do something about it. The other thing that you might recognise in that is there's a lot of RFK in the worldviews that we were talking about. This distrust of mass modernity. This distrust of industrialized society, this sort of connection between modernization and conformity, the belief that you are really the expert on your own family, you're the expert on your own health, the classic sort of do your research thing. And yeah, the idea that there are always a lot of alternatives out there. It's not just the vaccines.
And the alternatives are natural. His
yes,
preferred
exactly.
measles cures are breast milk, preferably from an unvaccinated woman, and cod liver oil. Or was it castor oil? Some sort of...
No, it's cod liver oil.
Some sort of 19th century oil.
Yes.
Yeah. And the steroid and, an antibiotic.
Yeah.
Another sign that that study was chopped.
Yes.
I've heard it said that the only algorithm Doge is using is Control F.
Yeah.
And that's another sign of this, that they're not even looking at these individual studies before they're cutting them. Also, that vaccine hesitancy and vaccine skepticism was a major part of Russian influence messaging.
That's true. Yeah.
I was going to just give you a poll, which I think illustrates the dangers of getting people offside by trying to bully them. 4 hours. I didn't write down the company.
Yes, yeah.
I actually did. KFF.
Yeah.
Kaiser. 4 out of 10 Republicans said in a January 2025 Kaiser poll that it was probably or definitely true that more people had died from the COVID-19 vaccine than from COVID-19. 4 out of 10. That is an incredible poll.
That is amazing.
It's incredible how low that number is.
You reckon?
Yeah.
That's apparently a 15% increase from July 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and just for those who don't remember, the current health secretary did describe COVID shots once as the deadliest vaccine ever made. Jesus. So there you go. That's interesting. All I'd add to that, Dave, is just you're pretty thorough, but just to add a little bit of meat to what I was saying before about what RFK's doing.
Yeah.
About how that Fox op-ed I thought that he put out was a real great example. It was a archetype A of RFK style.
Yeah.
This is what he said about vaccines in his op-ed. All parents should consult with their healthcare providers. This is about measles, by the way. All parents should consult with their healthcare providers to understand the options to get the MMR vaccine. The decision to vaccinate is a personal one. Vaccines not only protect individual children from measles, but also contribute to community immunity, protecting those who are unable to be vaccinated due to medical reasons. That's what he said about vaccines. This is what he said about nutrition. Good nutrition remains a best defense against most chronic and infectious illnesses. Vitamins A, C, and D, and foods rich in vitamins B12, C, and E should be part of a balanced diet. Not a vaccine. Nutrition is the best defense against a lot of chronic diseases, not just measles, a lot of them. This way says
the child who died of measles was completely healthy.
This is
before
what he
they got
says
measles.
About vitamin A.
Oh dear.
CDC has recently updated their recommendation supporting the administration of vitamin A under the supervision of a physician for those with mild, moderate, and severe infection. Studies have found that vitamin A can dramatically reduce measles mortality.
There you go.
That's what he says about that.
By the way, I've got to offer a huge mea culpa
Yeah.
while you're talking about RFK.
Yeah.
He used the correct terminology, which I did not use.
For what?
Okay. So years ago when Katie and I were first discussing this, we were like, oh my God, we should never use the term herd immunity.
Oh, community
Because the mindset of a lot of vaccine hesitance people is that's what the herd, that's what the mindless.
The sheeple.
That's what the mindless destructive herd is. Oh yeah, in another one of our studies, the term sheep came up many, many times. So, sorry, I should not have used the term herd immunity. Yes, community immunity is the correct option, even though it sounds like the name of a song that the Wiggles would sing.
There is a bit of a linking principle between this and some of the other things going on at the moment. It's related to the idea that Elon Musk is a big fan of what he calls suicidal empathy.
Yes.
Which seems to just mean normal empathy as far as I can work out. But what the tariffs and the vaccines and some of the immigration stuff have in common is the idea that doing anything for anybody else for any sort of altruistic reason means that you're being taken advantage of.
Yes.
That sounds like the Trump theory as well.
Yep.
That's great. Let's just make the entire country psychopaths. I should say, by the way, when he talked about the CDC guidance being added, let me read you the CDC guidance. Under the supervision of a healthcare provider, vitamin A may be administered to infants and children in the United States with measles as part of a supportive management. Under a physician's supervision, children with severe measles, such as those who are hospitalized, should be managed with vitamin A. Also, under physician supervision, if vitamin A is recommended, it should be administered immediately on diagnosis and repeated the next day for a total of 2 doses. Inappropriate dosing may lead to hypervitaminosis A. Now, that's not a huge recommendation from the CDC guidance. That's there because RFK asked for it to be there. Jesus. He's the one who insisted on a vitamin A update. And now he's going out going, oh, look what the CDC did. What I told them to do. And just in case you don't know, we should just, every time we mention vitamin A, we should point this out, that there is plenty of evidence that vitamin A helps treat the symptoms of measles if you are deficient in vitamin A.
Yes.
Do you know what percentage of America is deficient in vitamin A?
How much?
0.3%. If you have enough vitamin A, there's no evidence it makes much of a difference at all. If you take too much vitamin A, there's a lot of evidence you have liver damage and death. So don't take too much vitamin A. And,
I'd never heard the term hypervitaminosis before. Is that, have I got that right?
That's what Chaz got from eating too many carrots.
Yeah. Hypervitaminosis A.
Yeah. See, I'm guessing that Kennedy knows that word because doctors have told him that he's in danger of it.
He's previously been diagnosed with it.
Yeah.
Are we done with vaccines?
Yep.
Okay.
So is America, apparently.
I'm going to introduce something which I'm going to finish off with Richie because Dave will be gone by the time we get to the second part. But the first part is Dave's here for. And it's I feel like I could give us a very similar spiel about a whole bunch of topics almost every week because there's a lot that the Trump administration, the new Trump administration is doing over and over again. In this case, it's politicization of the government's functions. This is something that he promised. He openly promised he was going to do this, and now he's delivering in spades. And I was worried about this, that he would ensure the entire government was engineered to punish his enemies and reward his allies. And I have a beautiful example of both here, punishing enemies and rewarding allies. First, let's start with punishing enemies. From last week, there was a memorandum about Covington and Burling, who you may or may not have heard of. The memorandum was called President Donald J. Trump Directs Suspension of Security Clearances and Evaluation of Government Contracts for Involvement in Government Weaponization. This was directed at law firm Covington and Burling. This is the logic of the memo. I'm going to read out quotes from the memo. 1. Jack Smith and his staff spent more than $50 million in taxpayer dollars to target President Trump, an egregious misuse of judicial authority for political ends and part of the prior administration's unprecedented weaponization of prosecutorial power to upend the democratic process. Okay, I would disagree with that characterization. I don't know if you would. I'd say Jack Smith did his job, and he was assigned to do that. He was assigned to do that. He didn't choose it. He was assigned to do it, and he did it with professionalism. In fact, let's recall, Jack Smith was so professional that he filed Trump's indictment about mishandling documents in Florida.
Yes.
Where he ended up with Trump fangirl Eileen Cannon as the judge, creating a nightmare for him when he could easily, if he was trying to put his thumb on the scale, file in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And if he had, he would have gotten a court date and maybe a conviction before the election. But let's say that Jack Smith did blatantly weaponize his power. Let's say he did. What's that got to do with Covington and Burling? Next quote from the memo. Covington and Burling LLP provided former special counsel Jack Smith with $140,000 in free legal services prior to his resignation from the Department of Justice. So that is their crime. They served as defense counsel for Jack Smith when he was sued. Their services were free. They didn't even profit out of it. They did their job. That's literally the entire justification the memo provides for why they've been targeted, because they did their job. What are the consequences for Covington and Burling? Let's read another quote. Security clearances held by Peter Koski and potential other members of Covington and Burling LLP who assisted former special counsel Jack Smith will be suspended pending a review of their roles and responsibility in the weaponization of the judicial process. The federal government will review and terminate engagement of Covington and Burling LLP by the United States to the maximum extent permitted by the law. So to be clear, as a punishment for them simply allowing Jack Smith to have his legal rights represented by this firm will have their security clearances removed and all federal government work terminated. The header for the section I just read out, addressing the weaponization of government. Isn't that ironic?
I've heard as well that stripping of security clearances can have major effects on your ability to operate in federal court. That a lot of evidence requires security clearances to review. Is that right?
That is right. In certain circumstances with certain firms, they simply can't practice without those security clearances. We're going to get to that. Covington and Burling, by the way, is not one of those. None of them have security clearances and they don't have any federal government work. So they're okay. But it has been used in that respect in the past. And I mean, like security clearances, we know is one of Trump's favorite punishments because he has complete control over that. No one can challenge it in court. No problems. He can do that. Security details are also a favorite of his.
Yep.
Let's not forget, of course, John Bolton and Mike Pompeo are being literally hunted by Iran. And Trump didn't just take their security detail away. He announced publicly he was taking their security detail away, just so Iran would know and John Bolton and Michael Pompeo would know that Iran knew that they no longer had security, which was the biggest bastard move of all. Like if he actually was trying to save money like he said, he would have done it quietly without announcing it.
Yeah.
Rather than having a full announcement. Anyway, let's get back to this. The same memo also says President Trump is sending a clear message that the federal government will no longer tolerate the abuse of power by partisan actors who exploit their positions for political gain. And he's showing that lack of toleration of the abuse of power by trying to punish people for defending his enemies. So that's all very ironic and blatant. Even though, to be fair, like I said, I don't think Covington are going to be impacted. But still, this is not about Covington. This is about sending a loud message about punishing enemies, which we're going to get to now with the next one. Before I get to the next one, any comments on the Covington memo?
Well, I just want to say everything that you've been saying reminds me of a book that I put on the reading list probably last year. And for the person who asked me what's a good starting point on the reading list, actually, for understanding the current moment in American politics, this is one of the books I'd really recommend. So this is Naomi Klein's book, Doppelganger. And this book sort of chronicles the decline of Naomi Wolf in a lot of ways. And one of the things that she talks about in this book, she refers to language as becoming PEPCed. This is named after a character in Philip Roth novel, Operation Shylock, where Philip Roth encounters this doppelganger who is impersonating him in order to build support for this very bizarre political cause. But the point is that he uses language in this way that kind of resembles reality enough that he's able to completely turn it on its head. It's just this completely relentless message, and Roth finds that there is nothing that he can do about this. And Naomi Klein is basically saying we are living in this era where language has become so PEPCed that it's basically become useless. And yeah, this is what this reminds me of.
It's very Orwellian.
Yes.
Well,
not even Orwell. Philip Rothian.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, we haven't mentioned the decorations behind us. Like I said, we couldn't do the 200 celebration last week because our friend was in hospital and we were doing a Zoom one instead. And so we're just recycling the decorations now. That's why there's 200 behind us, even though it's EP 201. We were thinking of trying to turn the O on its side, and I tried to do it before and it's not working, unfortunately. So just imagine that said 201. Let's get into the next executive order. That memorandum was last week. This week we got a whole new one called Addressing Risks from Perkins Coie LLP. So what's the issue here? The executive order again, I'll read you the quotes. I love the quotes. The dishonest and dangerous activity of the law firm Perkins Coie LLP has affected this country for decades, notably in 2016. While representing failed presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, Perkins Coie hired Fusion GPS, which then manufactured a false dossier designed to steal an election. Okay, so they hired Christopher Steele, we mentioned briefly before. He created the Steele dossier. They didn't create the Steele dossier. He's not punishing Christopher Steele. He's punishing the people who hired Christopher Steele. And the exec order says it was designed to steal an election, he says, that dossier, which was why the findings weren't mentioned publicly until after the election was over, of course. That's something that Trump has never made make sense. No matter how many times he refers to trying to steal an election, he never explains why they didn't mention it before the election if they were trying to steal the election. I'm not saying they're above board. I'm not saying Hillary Clinton was clean as the driven snow. I'm saying she wasn't trying to steal the election with that dossier. That is what I'm saying. But okay. Also, he says, Perkins Coie has worked with activist donors, including George Soros, to judicially overturn popular, necessary, and democratically enacted election laws, including those requiring voter identification. Okay, so they used their First Amendment rights in a way that Trump disagrees with. That's another crime. Okay. In addition, quote, to undermining democratic elections, the integrity of our courts and honest law enforcement, Perkins Coie racially discriminates against its own attorneys and staff and against applicants. Perkins Coie publicly announced percentage quotas in 2019 for hiring and promotion on the basis of race and other categories prohibited by civil rights laws. So they practiced DEI like every other lefty in the world in 2019. That's the other thing they did. They don't anymore, by the way. They were sued, so they stopped doing it. Now, I'm not impressed with any of that very much. It seems like the only thing Trump really cares about here is getting revenge on the Steele dossier. Seems pretty transparent. The key here, though, is what I want to focus on. What's the punishment? Firstly, this is the DEI part, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission shall review the practices of Representative Lodge influential or industry-leading law firms for consistency with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, that's a racial discrimination part, including whether large law firms reserve certain positions, such as summer associate spots for individuals of preferred races or promote individuals on a discriminatory basis. That's okay. If Trump wants to go on the warpath against DEI, fine. He campaigned on it. Let him do it. Sure. I mean, it's still shit because it's not illegal for a private firm to practice DEI, but at least he's not singling anyone out there. That wasn't about Perkins Coie. That was about all firms. Sure. Okay?
Well, it just happens to be in the executive order, which
I know. But Richie, compared to what's coming,
I know.
That's okay. I wouldn't be bringing this up if that's all he said. It gets so much worse. All right. Then he does the same punishment as Covington, which is not only does he order the removal of any security clearances associated with Perkins Coie and any government work that they might have. In this case, they did have government work. They had $480,000 of government work in the first 6 months of last year, and they do require sensitive documents to practice their law, so that screws them up. But it goes much further. It, quote, limits official access from federal government buildings to employees of Perkins Coie when such access would threaten the national security of or otherwise be inconsistent with the interests of the United States. Federal courthouses are federal government buildings, Rich, so that goes to what you were saying before.
Yep.
It's very difficult to represent someone in a federal courthouse if you can't turn up to a federal courthouse. Also, quote, limiting government employees acting in their official capacity from engaging with Perkins Coie employees. So if you once worked for Perkins Coie, you were black banned from working with the government for life. I've saved the most amazing provision for last. Another quote, 3A. Government contracting agencies shall, to the extent permissible by law, require government contractors to disclose any business they do with Perkins Coie and whether that business is related to the subject of the government contract. So they are effectively banning companies that want to even work with the government from also working with Perkins Coie. They're Kevin Baconing this shit. That's 2 steps removed, right? Now, to be clear, every one of these provisions has a to the extent the law allows clause. So in reality, I don't think the law allows any of this shit. So it might
like it does.
It might do nothing. It might do absolutely nothing. Okay. So except of course we've seen the Trump administration doesn't give a toss what the law says. They just blatantly break it and then say sue us, which they would probably do again. So I'm not comforted by those clauses at all. But there's a key point to point out here for the revenge component of this. There's literally none of the people involved in the Steele dossier are still at Perkins Coie. None of them. They all moved on 4 or 5 years ago. So all of these measures are punishing random people who have nothing to do with Trump's supposed offense. Perkins Coie, of course, are challenging this in court. They're probably going to win. I don't think it's going to hold up. I don't think Trump even cares if it holds up. That's not what this is about. You might go, well, hang on, this is terrible revenge then. It's not going to work. It's against people who had nothing to do with his problems. How is this revenge? Maybe it's not about revenge. Maybe what this is about is the fact that the Perkins Coie executive order came directly after the Covington memorandum I just read you before. And maybe Trump is just trying to signal the law firms out there that if you screw with me, I'm going to destroy you. If you're a law firm, why don't you become 3 of 3? We've already knocked out 2 of them. You could be number 3. Just represent some of these legal cases against me and let's find out what happens to you.
Yeah. I have heard that there was a period, it's now they have found representation. I've heard there was a period, even if it was only a few days, where Perkins Coie could not get anyone to represent them. For fear of retribution.
You have heard correctly. Both counts. They have gotten proper representation since, and for a while they couldn't. I'll read for you a quote from the Wall Street Journal last week. we have a lot of law firms that we're going to be going after. There's a quote, by the way, from Trump. We have a lot of law firms that we're going to be going after because they were very dishonest people, Trump said in an interview that aired Sunday on Fox News. The White House moves have sent a chill through the world of big law at a time when litigation has emerged as one of the few checks on the president. In private conversations, partners at some of the nation's leading firms have expressed outrage at the president's actions. What they haven't been willing to do is to say so publicly. Back-channel efforts to persuade major law firms to sign public statements criticising Trump's actions thus far have foundered, in part because of retaliation fears people familiar with the matter said. Advocacy groups and smaller law firms say it's been more difficult to recruit larger firms to help with cases against Trump, which now number more than 100. The fact is that the only form of accountability Trump now faces is in a courtroom. Like, he didn't have accountability from Congress long ago. He's taking care of the accountability from the press with a lot of his bullshit lawsuits and the fact he's co-opted the billionaires who own them. See Jeff Bezos. It's just the courts. And if he can't do anything to mess with the courts, what he can do is mess with your representation.
Yes.
Maybe we won't throw you in jail, he can intimate, but we'll dry up your work. We'll cost you money. We'll cost you opportunities. We'll cost you time. Is it worth your while? And that intimation is 100% legal, 100% constitutional. There's nothing anyone can do about it. And this is what we're seeing right now, the drying up of the only form of accountability left for Trump. To put a few qualifiers, like I said, they are being represented by a reputable firm. This is not going to happen like that. Just every time Trump does this, it dries it up a little bit more. It dries up the pool just that bit more, yeah?
The only thing that would make Trump more dangerous if he could hire real lawyers.
Well, that's the thing.
When he's knocked out all of the representation that everyone else has, imagine the damage that he could do if he hired actual lawyers instead of the clown show that he surrounds himself with.
This is the argument that I have seen made
Yeah.
by conservative media. They go, well, this is just turnaround's fair play, guys. Remember when Trump couldn't get a proper lawyer? Now you can't get a proper lawyer. But that's not turnaround as fair play, because the reason Trump couldn't get a proper lawyer is because he didn't pay them. That's the reason why. Joe Biden wasn't punishing law firms for representing Donald Trump. That was just Trump's own shitness.
Yes.
All right? And now it's a very different situation to the government punishing law firms that represent you. Very different. So don't give me that argument. By the way, just in case Trump's tactics are too subtle for you, because they are very subtle, his thug Elon Musk is being a lot more blatant about this. He responded to a tweet about an anti-Doge lawsuit the other day with, which law firms are pushing these anti-democratic cases to impede the will of the people? And I think, by the way, that's his most noxious trait. He's got quite a few.
Yeah.
The way he keeps categorizing his own actions as the will of the people when he wasn't even elected, you dickhead. So that makes me quite angry. Anyway, my point is he's trying to bully law firms as well in a very explicit way. And this is how authoritarianism works in the real world. It doesn't work with Trump. I know I'm hung up on this, but it doesn't work with Trump calling in the Air Force to dive bomb Adam Schiff. That's not how authoritarianism works. It works by punishing your enemies and rewarding your friends in a perfectly legal but thoroughly intimidating way until people censor themselves. That's how it works. So got any comments before I move on to the next bit?
Yeah, I mean, it can also work in lots of pseudo-legal and non-legal ways as well. But this is definitely the Orban model of ratcheting up pressure on your political enemies until they have no recourse.
The other side, I've already mentioned, impunity for your allies. And we have a doozy of a story about this from this week's New York Times. I'm going to quote liberally from the New York Times because they did a good job. About 2 weeks ago, a pardon attorney, Elizabeth Oyer, was put on a working group to restore gun rights to people convicted of crimes. You see, federal law prohibits those convicted of crimes, especially crimes like domestic violence, from having access to guns, either purchasing or owning a handgun. Not everyone who loses their gun rights, though, is actually dangerous. That's just an automatic law. So it makes sense for a conservative administration to try and go back and see if there's people who don't deserve to lose their gun rights and pardon them and allow them to have their gun rights back. I don't have a problem with that. That's what you expect from a Republican administration. So she was employed to review those cases. Her office went through a long list of people. They came up with 95 people who she thought were low-risk individuals if they were given their gun rights back. So she recommended them to her boss. I'll now quote the Times. They sent it back to me saying, "We would like you to add Mel Gibson to this memo," she said. Attached to the request, she said, was a January letter that Mr. Gibson's lawyer had written to two senior Justice Department officials, James R. McHenry and Emil Bove. Note how they name these people now. There's no hiding it. Arguing for his gun rights to be restored, saying that he had been tapped for a special appointment by the president, and that he'd made a number of big successful movies. The letter said, that's in the Times. Yeah. The letter said that Mr. Gibbs had in recent years tried to buy a gun but was refused because of his prior domestic violence conviction. Now, she felt that there, quote, there are real consequences that flow from people who have a history of domestic violence being in possession of firearms. So she responded to her Justice Department superiors because, quote, that she could not recommend that the Attorney General restore Mr. Gibson's gun rights. Several hours later, she got a call from a senior Justice Department official in Mr. Blanche's office, that's Todd Blanche, who's now the Deputy Attorney General, who had been working on the issue. The official asked her, "Is your position flexible?" "It was not," she responded. He then essentially explained to me that Mel Gibson has a personal relationship with President Trump, and that should be sufficient basis for me to make a recommendation, and that I would be wise to make the recommendation, she said. They're just flat out there's no intimation, there's no code.
No.
There's just do it for political reasons. His tone in the course of the 15-minute discussion shifted from friendly to condescending to bullying, Miss Oyer said. In response, she told him that she would think about whether there was a way we could thread the needle. On Friday morning, she wrote another draft memo to the Attorney General's office trying to present the issue in a more informational way by saying she did not know many particulars of the Gibson case and that it was ultimately the Attorney General's decision, Miss Oyer said. Again, she did not recommend that Mr. Gibson get his gun rights back. Hours later, she was sitting in an unrelated meeting when she got a frantic call from a member of her staff saying she had to come back to her office right away. When she got there, two building security officers were waiting to hand her a letter from Mr. Blanche firing her. They watched as she packed up some of her belongings in the boxes and escorted her out of the building. So she was sacked because she wouldn't give Mel Gibson a gun. Can you think of anything less safe than Mel Gibson with a gun?
Mel Gibson with two guns.
Lachy says Mel Gibson with two guns. By the way, a quote, a Justice Department official speaking on the condition of anonymity to describe internal deliberations, said the disagreement over Mr. Gibson played no role in the decision to dismiss the pardon attorney. I'm sure. Yeah. Just a big coincidence.
Just a big coincidence.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Do you note how the only anonymous bit is the bit where they've got some lame excuse?
Yeah.
All the other bits have names and details and quotes because there's just no shame at all. Sorry, Dave, I interrupted you. What were you
Just
going
going to say, great to see the Trump administration fighting the fight against anti-Semitism.
That's a good
Let's
point.
give Mel Gibson guns.
That is relevant to the next section I have later on
Yes.
after you're gone. The two takeaways here are allies getting impunity, them being brazen about it. No salesy, just flat out saying it openly. Corruption's been normalised to the point where they're just being open about it, knowing they're not going to get caught. And even if they do get caught, and it's in the Times with quotes, nothing happens to them. It's only been 6 weeks. Wait for year 3 and year 4, because this is going to descend. And in particular, I'm concerned about the extent of self-censorship here. This is the thing which I'm worried about. In Planet America, for instance, we're finding it extremely hard to get interviews. People just aren't responding.
That's very new, isn't it?
It's very new. It used to be first person we ask, no problems. Very new, especially if they're attached to an institution. If they're attached to a university, if they're attached to some kind of company, some kind of some group that can get punished. Unless they're a massive Trump fanboy, we can talk to them. But yeah, if they have anything potentially critical to say, or even just realistic to say, it's just not worth their while.
I've found that to be a really important bellwether in the past. And a really noticeable, one of the few times where you can just get a societal change right in your inbox. I found in the last probably 3-4 years, I would approach organizations for comment when something had gone majorly wrong, and they would just not respond.
Yeah.
Major universities, schools, people like that, people who would have really felt themselves to be on the frying pan, just don't get back to you.
Yeah,
that's
zero
very
response.
new, and this
Zero
is a kind of advance on that as well, where they it's two forms of accountability are missing, right?
Yeah.
One of the depressing things I find about this moment is that there seems to be this pattern in the United States, which is the people who would have the most capacity to push back are the ones who are the most cowardly about it. It's the biggest media organizations, it's the biggest law firms, it's congressional Republicans, it's a lot of congressional Democrats. These are the people who actually could push back, and they would encounter a bit of pain, but they would be the ones who would be most likely to succeed. And in the long run, all of these organizations would be fine, and big universities as well. Right, and we've found out what has happened to big universities who actually give the Trump administration what they want. They just get punished more. So, they're where the most visible resistance that we're seeing at the moment is outside of the United States. It's Greenland telling Trump to piss off.
Yep.
It's Panama telling Trump to piss off. These are countries that actually could, conceivably have a lot more to lose from pushing back than major law firms in the United States. I don't think this is unique to American history. I think it's often been the case that that the major actors actually have to be taught how to push back by braver smaller actors. And yeah, as I say, at the moment, if you're looking for the resistance, it's mainly outside of the United States.
It is really fascinating that in the wake of the tariffs and threats to Canada and things like this, if you pick up the Australian Financial Review or the Daily Telegraph or any sort of, just middle-of-the-road conservative organ newspaper or magazine or blog or anything, people like... I won't say names, but there's a lot of people who are just kind of meat and two veg conservatives who would have been sort of two cheers for Trump previously, who are starting to sound like 2017 era resistance.
Totally,
libs,
yes,
yeah. That something has massively changed in the way that other countries relate to the United States and Trump in particular.
Yes. Just before I go, so I was in Canada for a couple of days.
Tell us.
Just last week. Seeing Canadian flags hanging in the windows of Chinese restaurants, I haven't spent a lot of time in Canada before, so maybe that's normal, but I'm guessing it's not. As I said on PEP, if I were planning a trade war with another country where the point is to inflict enough economic pain on that country that their government caves in, I wouldn't have done that by leading with 3 months of insults to that country's national identity, just so that you prime the population and both sides of politics to be absolutely ready to fight the war. Canada is far more ready to fight this trade war than the United States, even though it's going to be way more painful to Canada.
That's a great point. Just before you go,
yes.
Dave, I want to ask you one question.
Yep.
You can answer and then get out of here. And that is, what... Let's jump forward 4 years or 8 years when the Democrats are back.
Yeah.
There's going to be a reckoning at that point in time. And some Democrats are going to say, what we need to do now is we need to give them a taste of their own medicine so they never do it again. We need to punish them as hard as we possibly can, these Republicans, so that way they can see that this is a zero-sum game, and every time they do something like this, they'll be hell to pay for them down the track. If you do nothing and you let them get away with it, there's no incentive for them to not do it again. So you need to punish them. And then there'll be other people who will say, and I'll probably be one of them, who will say, no. If you consolidate this behavior, this becomes the norm. What we need to do is get back to normal as much as as fast as we possibly can to try and save as much of the pre-Trump 2 America as possible. Try and have a proper government and not a government of weaponization. What is your view of how the Democrats should play this in 4 or 8 years' time?
Oh, Jesus, I don't know.
Who says it's going to be 4 to 8 years, first of all?
Yeah, okay, all right, okay. Or 12 or 16 or 24.
24 years.
Okay,
Yeah, well, I mean, it would depend on what the punishment was, on who it was applying to. Like, I wouldn't be recommending going after law firms that have defended Trump. I mean, what would be the point of going after Trump's lawyers? Like, they're not even real lawyers. Certainly I wouldn't recommend going after people who have been vaguely associated with the actual perpetrator.
I'm saying things like an easy thing they could do is anyone who hires anyone who worked for the Trump administration is not going to get government work. Bang. Instant revenge. They can't get a job.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
These debathification processes don't have a very good track record.
They don't.
Anywhere,
I hate this idea. But I'm just trying to give it. I'm trying to sell it because some people are going to sell it. So I just want to know your views.
But it would be. I mean, what's the point of doing that after the Trump administration is over?
The point is saying to the next administration, let's put our weapons down because this is just going to get worse for you. Just like it's getting worse for us.
Don't fight World War II with World War I weapons.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. See you next week.
See you next week.
No. Don't not see you next week.
No, I'm going to be in
Dave's away
Canberra.
next week.
Yeah.
I'll see you sometime.
Yes.
And I'll see you with Richie after the White Flash. Welcome to the other side of the White Flash, and I am here with old cheese spine himself, Richie. How's it hanging?
I'm not going to answer to that. I'm absolutely not going to answer to that.
Okay. How is...
If my spine is made of cheese, it's a particularly stiff cheddar.
How is your spine okay
It's
so
fine.
far?
It's
3
fine.
hours down the trip down, you're okay?
It's golden.
Okay, let's go for a 7-hour podcast then. Let's just really test this baby out.
Just a short one, yeah.
Okay, Richie, you're up. Trade war.
This segment is called Trade War 2, right?
Yes.
Why do you think Trade War 2 is so much more intense than Trade War 1 was in the first Trump administration?
Well, for a start, the numbers are different.
Yep.
We're talking about much bigger numbers potentially.
Yes.
That's the first thing. So it's much more consequential. Like China had like a 10% tariff in the first trade war. That's not much of a trade war. Steel and aluminium was like 15% or whatever. Now we're talking 25% plus. Number one. Number two, and I think this is actually the big difference. It's here, it's gone. It's here, it's gone. There's so much more uncertainty this time around. In the first trade war, Trump delivered what he said and then gradually backed off it, and then that was it. We've already gone through about 3 phases of this one in 6 weeks, maybe 4. I think that's the problem. The uncertainty, I think, is the problem.
I saw something which I can't imagine has ever existed before, which was an intraday tariff chart.
Yeah.
So it showed the difference in tariffs on an individual country across a single day. And there were multiple changes in the line.
I'll give you one more difference. This, at least according to Trump, is going to involve every country in the world.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So why did Trump's trade war in the first administration not look like this? Is it because he just had the Mike Pences of the world reining him in a bit? or is there an actual philosophical difference behind it this time?
I think there were two reasons why it was different. I don't know how this section has turned into an interview of me, but that's fine. I think there are two major differences that have led to this being so different. The first is, yes, he was being constrained by. He was on his own. He was literally the only person in his administration, other than Peter Navarro, who no one gives a shit about, who believed in his strategy.
Yep.
Whereas now he's got a whole bunch of yes men going, yeah, great idea, brilliant, yeah, rivers of gold, yeah. That's the first thing. But the second thing is he had the threat of re-election before. And he's now proven how many times that he truly doesn't actually believe his own shit. The stuff he's trying to sell people about tariffs, trade wars are easy to win and not a problem. If he genuinely believed that, he would have gone with it from day one and he wouldn't be messing around with it. The reason he keeps on taking them off is because the stock market goes down and he goes, oh, he doesn't truly believe it. He doesn't truly believe he's going to get through unscathed. He knows it's going to piss people off. Prices are going to go up. Despite what he says, they're not a tax cut. They're a tax hike. And that's scaring him in his second term. But in his first term, that would scare him so much more because he's running for re-election. So I think that's the major difference.
So is he still, we're starting to hear some rhetoric from Trump, which is quite new in this trade war. I don't remember, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't remember the old iterations of Trump ever saying, look, the stock market's going to go down, but that's necessary. It's real recession we had to have kind of talk. That seems very un-Trumpian to me.
I agree.
He's always been obsessed with number go up.
Yeah.
Which is of his time. Why now make this modulation?
I think that he is. Well, I think I said before his only form of accountability left was the courts, and I was wrong. There is one other form of accountability, and it's the stock market.
The market.
Yeah. He can't control the market. And I think that he just knows he would look like an idiot if he tried psychological war games on the market and the market just said no and just gave him a big up yours. And so I think that's the one measure he's not going to try to lie about because he can't lie about it. So he's going to try and excuse it. It also, by the way, is the one he cares most about. All through his first term, he was constantly saying, look at the market, look at the market, look at the market.
Yeah, and there seems to be, there's a bit of a paradox here, right? There's two aspects of Trump's way of doing things which are coming into conflict for the first time. One is his televisual sense of timing. So he loves a twist. He loves a cliffhanger.
He does.
He loves to pick a fight with someone and then reconcile at the end of the episode, right? So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing such extreme volatility this time around, right? You pick a fight with Mexico and then you solve it by sundown tomorrow, kind of thing. And even though they haven't actually agreed to do any of the things that you asked them to, just quietly. But that is not a timing that the stock market reacts to very well.
No, it's not.
That sort of intraday volatility, for want of a better word, is something that this time it really seems to be spooking people significantly. It's also before when we were talking about the nature of this kind of authoritarianism, that it's about rewarding enemies and punishing friends. Tariffs seem to be of a piece with that. That one of the things that you can do with tariffs in a way that you can't do with other forms of trade war is put them on or drop them very, very quickly.
Yes.
It would seem to me that the broader strategy here, at least in theory, is to try and bring American manufacturing back online, is to onshore American manufacturing and decouple it from places like China and Vietnam or the other places where things are being built. But if you are really concerned about these, marginal import-export kind of scenarios, as you would be as a manufacturer, you still got to import the goods, the raw materials a lot of the time, unless you're going to try and do everything yourself.
I have a stat here from a FedEx survey last week. 42% of US small businesses say that they are very reliant on imports for their business. 46% say they are partly reliant on imports. So that's 88%.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like an odd strategy overall as an advanced economy to decide that you're going to go heavily into manufacturing again. And sure, it seems to be driven by kind of, the archetypal Rust Belt voter. But a lot of those people, as we've talked about before, lost their jobs because of automation, not because of trade. And it seems like if manufacturing does come back online, and I've heard that, manufacturing in the US is much stronger than people realize as a proportion of the economy, but it employs far, far fewer people than it did in the past because it's done by robots.
Absolutely. And also increasingly over time, manufacturing involving people is a lower paid profession. It used to be a very high paid profession, which is why it was so lauded, 40, 50 years ago. But increasingly that's becoming, look, there's high-end manufacturing, obviously, but the kind of assembly line kind of manufacturing is becoming a third world country
That's
business.
right. Yeah.
And like you always say with this kind of stuff, there's an opportunity cost. If you want people making that means they're not making something else that might be higher paid. Services, for instance, might be higher paid, or high-end manufacturing might be higher paid. And and Trump wanting the whole of America to just have no imports at all and just be completely self-sufficient means that you want America to waste workers on avocado farming? Like, why? What's in it for America here? Like, these are shit jobs. These are jobs that you've moved past. And I'd say that with manufacturing as well.
Yeah, and I mean, there are reasons why in world trade you get all these what from outsiders look like strange phenomena of, importing a raw material and manufacturing a part and shipping it back across somewhere to be reassembled before shipping it back. These marginal efficiencies in world manufacturing are really, really important. It's not just a matter of wages and Chinese wages or third world wages being too competitive. It's these incredibly complicated supply chains and structures and economies of scale, which you just can't replicate in Gary, Indiana.
That's absolutely true. By the way, just off the top of my head, I just suddenly remembered there is one example. I said you can't argue with the market. There is actually one example of Trump arguing with the market during this term, which was kind of pathetic and funny.
President, what are you making of the market sell-off this week?
I think it's globalists that see how rich our country's going to be and they don't like it. There's a big market out there. But again, they've been ripping off this country for years and they're going to do great. Everyone's going to do great, but we can't let this continue to happen to America. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country any longer. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, so there's a bit of denial there. So I should stipulate that. But you can't do that forever, which is what I said before. Yeah, go on.
There are some pretty rational people who are big advocates of Trump's tariff system.
Yeah.
People who know a lot about economics and markets. But tellingly, their endorsement of it is primarily political and strategic and not economic. So most of them seem to want to do it to punish China and to weaken China. And also they seem to think that it has this special kind of political valency that even if it doesn't work, if it appears to work, that this kind of like very strong advocacy on America's behalf inculcates a kind of belief that has this flow-on economic benefit.
I think there's lots of people who see a benefit to a trade war with China.
Yeah.
But there's no one who sees a benefit to a trade war with Canada. And and also, very few people see a trade war benefit between China at the same time as you're doing with Mexico.
Yes.
Because they substitute each other's products. So yeah, if you're just doing China and you have a free trade agreement with Mexico, so you can get cheap stuff from Mexico, that's fine. You just buy more stuff from Mexico, all the stuff that you were going to buy from China, because they actually make the same stuff, largely speaking. So it actually that you would win the trade war with China really easily if you had Mexico on your side. But why you'd wage a war with Mexico and China at the same time, I have no idea. And no one, literally no one that I have talked to or I have read, and I've read very widely on this, thinks having different tariff rates in every single country in the world with every single product in the world is a good idea. No one thinks that.
Yeah.
Except for Trump.
Except for Trump. It seems like his rationale for tariffs is about creating a system of incentives to get US trading partners to do what he wants.
Yes.
But then it is unclear from his tariff structure what he wants them to do. So with Canada, for example, yeah, there's some stuff around energy, which is you can sort of negotiate over. The fentanyl stuff is, you know, I'm sure you know that the amount of fentanyl that came over the US-Canada border last year was about 19 kilograms.
Yes.
Now, as Curry likes to say, well, that could have killed, 10 million people or whatever. But what is the allowable amount of fentanyl? That's about as close to zero on a border that size as you can possibly get.
Yes.
It's not realistic. No border in the world has zero contraband crossing it.
No.
So it can't be about this 19 kilos of fentanyl.
Of course it's not.
So if it's not, what is it about?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just say the proof that this is not what they say, according to them, this is their logic. In January, they were going to put the tariffs on, or February or whatever, and they did a deal with Canada where Canada was going to do some things to reduce the fentanyl that had come over, and they didn't do enough. And so now they'll march. They were going to punish them by putting the tariffs on, right? Okay. The figures come out every 6 months. Okay,
so how could they know?
So they literally don't know.
Yeah.
They literally have no idea. They're just making this up. And by the way, to the extent that you could go on broad numbers rather than the exact figures. Sorry. I should be clear what figures I'm talking about. The figures, we know the imports. We're talking about the figures of fentanyl deaths come out every 6 months, right? So we don't know what's happening in fentanyl deaths at all in America. As far as the actual imports of, the fentanyl caught at the border, there's less than a half pound this year so far. There might be zero. We don't know. It's an asterisk. So it's just such obvious bullshit, you know? So to answer your question, what is going on here? I think it's personal. I think Trump has got in for Canada for some reason. I think that I don't know if it's Justin Trudeau. It's often related to the leader.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just he hates Justin Trudeau because Justin Trudeau laughed at him with the leaders 3 years ago, 5 years ago. Remember when they were hanging around that little...
And Melania flirted with him as well.
Yeah, and he's indisputably better looking than Trump, and he's taller. There's all kinds of jealousy reasons. I don't know. I don't know if it's just about this 51st state thing. If Trump just genuinely just wants to take Canada, and so he wants to just bring them to their knees. I don't know. I can't work out what's going on in his head, but what he's saying doesn't make sense.
No. Look, it does seem like it is some combination of those two things, right? And it can't be exclusively because of Trudeau. First of all, because Trudeau is not even the leader anymore. But second of all, it seems like anyone who can read a poll must know that this trade war is benefiting the Liberals in Canada.
The Liberals, yeah.
Yeah. Pierre Poilievre was, a shoo-in to become next Canadian Prime Minister until Trump picked a fight with Canada. And now it looks like he's in a losing position.
He was 26 points behind, and as of last week, he was... Sorry, so the Liberals were 26 points behind. As of last week, the Liberals got ahead, although Poilievre took over again this week. But still, yeah, it's neck and neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is all Trump's fault.
Yes.
And whoever, anyone who can read a poll in Canada, and also why would you just acquiesce to someone making trade war against you, regardless of your political affiliation, that means that he's not going to be working with a sympathetic government, whoever is in power, post-election in Canada.
Can I tell you? Well, I told you there were two quotes from Jonah Goldberg that I wanted to refer to this week. I got one more about why tariffs full stop. Not about tariffs at Canada or tariffs all around the world, but why he would find tariffs so attractive, because Trump clearly is so attracted to tariffs, right? This is, I'll read this to you. This is a written quote. They generate chaos that allows him to save, in inverted commas, individual businesses from the very chaos he creates. They keep him at the center of not just politics, but economics too. They incentivize business to make placating, pleasing, or rewarding Trump crucial to their bottom lines. This sort of incentive for corruption, both in the literal sense, but also in terms of policy making, is one of the main reasons we have an income tax in the first place. So many industries sought special treatment for themselves or vigorous enforcement for their competition when tariffs funded the government, that Congress, traditionally the designer of trade policy, became a hive of corruption. The IRS was in part an anti-fraud invention. Now that trade policy is run out of the Oval Office, such corruption will be a feature, not a bug. I think he's spot on.
That's very astute. I mean, that explains one of the benefits of the so-called External Revenue Service, this magical pudding where you can get rid of tax and do this instead, is that you can't determine individuals who can or cannot pay tax by executive fiat, but you can do it with tariffs.
Absolutely. And the more complicated the system, the more you can get away with it as president. If you had one very simple tariff system, then exceptions stand out. But if you have literally hundreds of thousands of different tariff rates, it is so easy just to tweak one. No one would even know.
Well, there've already been automakers, for example, petitioning Trump privately and successfully to delay the Canada tariffs.
Yeah.
They say that so they can bring some of these plants back across the border, but I would be surprised if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, why would you do that? Because you know that the second Trump goes, this isn't even Republicans now, just Trump. The second Trump goes, you've just lost money. Like, they're only making money over the next 3 years if they move a plant. And then after that, whatever system they had before would have been more profitable.
Yeah.
So unless you're a business and you're gambling on Trump literally becoming dictator for life, there is no reason why you would move a plant for his tariffs for 3 years. You just lump it.
The plant won't even be built in the time that it will take the tariffs to be dropped, which is the following afternoon.
Yes, it's true. Let me just say one thing, which is that this isn't something I want to be fair to Trump here. It's something that's not getting a lot of attention. One of the things we're talking a lot about at the moment is farming, the effect on farmers.
Yep.
This obviously relates to the price of eggs as well. Do you know the price of eggs has dropped a lot?
Yes, I did know this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some argument about whether it really has dropped that much, but I don't involve myself in egg arguments.
Well, this is a pretty steep drop we got there. Yeah, that's it's basically back to where it was at the end of last year, which is still high, but we should note that at the very least.
Yeah,
It means that people won't need to to open up have chicken farms in their backyards, like the agricultural secretary advised them to.
I think the silver lining in all of this is how do we, in our backyards, we've got chickens too in our backyard, how do we solve for something like this? And people are sort of looking around thinking, wow, well, maybe I could get a chicken in my backyard. And it's awesome. I agree with you.
Someone said that's one of the many examples of where Trumpism is like Maoism, that it's, this kind of great leap forward. Yeah. Every home must have a chicken coop for the greatness of the nation.
That's not even the most embarrassing justification I saw this week. There's one that's even worse.
What is the worst one?
I'll play it to you. This is from Baier Ungersagen, who's a...
Oh, yeah. She's like racing up my hack chart. She's possibly number one with a bullet.
You'll love this.
The chutzpah of these business leaders sitting there whining about their quarterly reports while President Trump teaches them how to build an economy based on love of country and love of your neighbor. We should be listening and watching and saying thank you rather than whining and moaning.
That's the funniest justification.
That it's insufficient love.
Yeah, he's trying to build an economy based on love. People shouldn't whine.
This stuff about love and
thank you.
And thank you. Thank you is really started with Zelensky. Yeah. It's Lutnick and others have said that trading partners should say thank you more often.
Yeah.
This kind of like courtesy card deferentialism is pretty new.
Well, Trump's known for his gratitude when people help him out.
His good manners. Yeah.
Have you got more in this area, Richie, you want to talk about?
No, I mean, the trouble with it is that we can talk about the specifics of the tariffs, but then it gets speculative pretty quickly.
Yeah, very quickly.
If you read even the people who are most invested in this, they really don't know why it's happening this way.
No.
That nobody does apart from Trump.
Yeah. All I'll say, this has got nothing to do with anything, but just I found this incredible. Actually, this is a correspondence from Craig. Hey! Craig said, I found this both interesting, entertaining, and scary all at the same time. And then he paraphrased something that's incredibly confusing. I'm not going to use his paraphrase. I'm in a quote mood. I'm going to read you the full quote from Politico.
Here we go.
The original reporting. House Republicans are moving to block Democrats from forcing a vote on President Donald Trump's controversial tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. Just for background, for people who don't realize this, Congress actually controls tariffs, not Trump. Trump, the way he's controlling them is by using a fake emergency. He's saying the fentanyl thing is an emergency. That's not really an emergency. The numbers of fentanyl deaths have fallen through the floor over the last 6 months. But yeah, he's pretending it's an emergency, and therefore, during an emergency, the president can control tariffs. Congress could, at any point in time, under that same law, hold a vote to say
it's not a real emergency.
It's not a real emergency. So that's the background. Okay. Yeah. House Republicans are moving to block Democrats from forcing a vote on President Donald Trump's controversial tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. GOP leadership slipped language into a House rule on their stopgap funding bill that would prevent any member of Congress from bringing up a resolution terminating Trump's declaration of a national emergency over fentanyl and undocumented immigrants entering the U.S. The president has used that emergency declaration to justify his tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. Gregory Meeks, Democrat, and Democrat colleagues filed privileged resolutions last week seeking to terminate the national emergency. As Democrat Rep. Baier noted in a release announcing the resolutions, the legal foundation of IEPA, that's the emergency legislation, allows Congress to introduce a privileged resolution to terminate the authority, which must be brought to the House for a floor vote within 15 days. Okay, so within 15 days of the emergency being declared or being used, they can cancel it. Republicans' rule, which the House is voting on this afternoon, they've ended up voting it out, would block a vote on Meeks' resolution or any similar effort by declaring that the remainder of days in the first session of the 119th Congress do not qualify as calendar days, exempting the national emergency from a law that allows Congress to force a vote. GOP leaders argue it would protect Trump's authority on both tariffs and border security. This provision simply prevents Democrats from limiting the president's authority, as the law wants them to, said a senior House GOP leadership aide. Conservatives privately say House GOP leaders wanted to block a vote on tariffs for the entire Congress, but some Republicans pushed back, saying they'd only allow it for the rest of this calendar year. So, for the rest of the year, the days aren't going to be considered days.
Yep.
So they can not have this vote.
It's more Trumpism as Maoism. We have declared that days are not days.
It's just incredible. So anyway, this vote that they absolutely should take, because this is a farce and, in my view, blatantly unconstitutional, they're not going to do. So that's all I have to add to this section. Do you have anything else to add to this section?
I'm good.
I got a toilet break for people at home. If you're, we're not going to watch this, Richie. We know this, but if this is another correspondence from Peter. If we need a toilet break or are grateful for this week, can we show the special report with Brett Baier's segment that explicitly explained how US companies pay the tariffs and pass them on to US consumers? Masterful. So we've gotten to the point where Fox News is just bailing out, going, come on, don't pretend that these are tax cuts for people when they're not. And by the way, they are explicitly pretending that they're tax cuts. This is Caroline Levitt this week.
When President Trump last addressed the BRT when he was on the campaign trail, his big push was on tax cuts. He's going there today as he's proposing tax hikes in the form of tariffs. And I'm curious why he's prioritizing that over the tax cuts.
He's actually not implementing tax hikes. Tariffs are a tax hike on foreign countries that, again, have been ripping us off. Tariffs are a tax cut for the American people.
So they're explicitly running the line, these are tax cuts, these tariffs, and Brett Baier has come to the rescue. This is our toilet break.
President Trump insists U.S. manufacturers will be protected because tariffs will be paid by these countries. But it's not quite that simple. The so-called importer of record, the companies responsible for importing a product, are the ones that physically pay tariffs to the federal government. They are usually U.S. companies. Here, the tariffs are collected by Customs and Border Protection at 328 ports of entry across the country. That money goes to the general fund of the U.S. government, managed by the Treasury Department. Now, what happens is when someone ships something into the U.S., say they use FedEx, for example, the shipper fills out a declaration of what it is, how much it costs, and if that product is on the list for a tariff, FedEx would collect the fee where it came in and then transfer that to the U.S. Customs on site. The whole process, much more complex and complicated than the pro-tariff crowd usually describes. Now, many companies are enrolled in an electronic payment program. They have tariff fees automatically deducted from their bank accounts, and they bring products through ports of entry. The Port of Laredo, for example, in Texas, is the #1 port in the nation, with $339 billion in total trade passing through just last year. Now, much of that is with Mexico, because cars and trucks are the top U.S. import from Mexico. Now, 62% of Chevrolet's Silverado parts, the parts, are made in the U.S. and Canada. General Motors, for example, has assembly plants for the Silverado in Oshawa, Canada, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Flint, Michigan, Springfield, Ohio, and in Mexico. Each time something crosses the border, including thousands of individual parts and the final vehicle, a tariff is assessed and paid by the company. Now, companies obviously can choose to absorb these tariff costs. That would lead to eating into their profits, obviously. Bigger companies can try to force suppliers to lower their prices, something smaller companies really probably can't do. Or they all pass the cost on to consumers in the form of higher prices.
So thank you, Brett Baier, for fighting the good fight. Look, I think we've probably got enough for now, Rich. You got to get out of here, and I've got one section left. But you know what? We have a peep coming on Monday, I believe. At some point in time, I've teed up an interview with someone who will talk to me, unlike many people. Fingers crossed, I have an interview on Monday morning about crypto. For those who feel like my crypto coverage is particularly bad, you're right. And for those who feel that Dave may have a bee in his bonnet about crypto, you're also right. I'll bring that to the table. And we've got lots of correspondence as well. Put a little correspondence at the end now after you go, Richie, with Lachy. And I'll see the rest of you guys after that in PEP on Monday. I'll see you, Richie, next time you guest PEP. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Peppers.
Stay peppy. Welcome to the other side of the white flash. As you can see, Richie is no longer here, but who is?
I'm here. I'm ready to party with all the discs in my spine where they should be.
You're ready to shred, are you, Lachy?
I'm ready to shred.
Fantastic.
No more cheese spine, as you lovingly dubbed him.
At least I wasn't laughing when I said that.
No.
Now, we were about, 3 hours 10, the first part of the podcast. So,
last I cut it, yeah.
So I reckon this was yesterday we recorded the main podcast. As you can see, I'm wearing different clothes now. I reckon we've got enough time to do one more major topic and then a correspondence.
Cool.
So I will go into what was left over from yesterday. And that is the story about Columbia University. And it's quite an involved story. So let's go on a little ride. Lachy, as all massive clusterfucks with this administration go, this one began with an executive order, a simple little executive order. The executive order was called Protecting the United States from Foreign Terrorists and Other National Security and Public Safety Threats. It said, quote, "It's the policy of the United States to protect its citizens from aliens who intend to commit terrorist attacks, threaten our national security, espouse hateful ideology, or otherwise exploit the immigration laws for malevolent purposes."
Got to get rid of those malevolent people and their malevolent purposes.
I hate those purposes. Also, it says the United States must ensure that admitted aliens and aliens otherwise already present in the United States do not bear hostile attitudes towards its citizens, culture, government, institutions, or founding principles, and do not advocate for aid or support designated foreign terrorists and other threats to our national security.
Right, that's advocate for, aid, and not advocate for aid?
No, that's
Okay,
right. You're right. Yes, yeah, you're right. Yes, and do not advocate for, aid, or support designated foreign terrorists.
Because I was going to say, advocating for aid could get us into some...
Well, advocate for aid, yeah, like that's something a lot of people do. But, maybe that's not such a good thing to do these days since US aid.
Gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the most dangerous thing you can possibly do, advocate for aid. But in this case, no, advocate for foreign terrorists, aid foreign terrorists, or support foreign terrorists. Okay, so that was what the executive order did. No one really knew where that was going, but that was where it stood at the beginning. What it led to was Marco Rubio instituting what he calls a catch and revoke policy. And this involves using AI to crawl through, that's always a good start, to crawl through students' social media accounts to find evidence of sympathy for Hamas. Because Hamas in America is a designated terrorist organization. Now, of course, there are many terrorist organizations. You might say, why focus on Hamas as opposed to all the other designated terrorist organizations? Well, you can decide for yourself why they might focus on Hamas. Cynics might say it's because the people who are most likely to show something that you could categorize as support for Hamas might be left-wingers. That's what cynics might suggest.
Maybe.
That's not me. I'm not a cynic. I don't know why. Maybe Rubio was also using AI to crawl through students' social media accounts to see if they belong to Al-Qaeda as well. Maybe. We don't know. Let's not
And there's
speculate.
no way of knowing.
There is no way. So let's not speculate, Lachy. All you need is to be supporting Hamas and you fall foul of not just that executive order, but as we're about to find out, lots of other orders as well and legislation because Hamas is an official designated terrorist group in America. At the same time as that was happening, Trump has been threatening universities
Yes.
with taking their funding away if they don't do enough to stop anti-Semitism on campus. Once again, this is all in the definition because Trump defines anti-Semitism as essentially pro-Palestinian protests, the ones we saw over the last few years. And look, hey, sometimes I define them as anti-Semitic as well, but I don't define them as anti-Semitic nearly as often as Trump does.
Which is always.
That's right. That's right. And so Trump said, here's a tweet on Truth Social. All federal funding will stop for any, all federal funding will stop for any college, school or university that allows illegal protests, agitators, I like that term, agitators. It sounds so tin pot South American dictatorship, doesn't it? Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No masks! Thank you for your attention to this matter. I always like when Trump confuses his tweets with a train station announcement. That vibe, that energy.
Mind the mental gap.
Yes. I do like that. But anyway, so that's what he was saying. That was his warning to universities. Now, what happened? First of all, Columbia University got sicked. You might recall Columbia, they were the first university with a student encampment protest that got out of hand back in
remember that.
2024, beginning of 2024. It ended with the police storming a hall, Hamilton Hall, which they renamed Heinz Hall because, I don't know, that made some kind of point.
I think they named it after a Macklemore song.
Well, look, I can get behind that.
No, so it was a joke. It actually happened. Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. But it's good to specify in case the listeners don't understand.
Macklemore had a song
about Heinz Hall called Heinz Hall. Yeah, they should. I mean, look, if they call it Thrift Shop Hall, I would have gotten right behind it. But anyway, it ended with the police storming that hall while the students were occupying it and arresting a bunch of them. That's how it ended. Lots of smoke. The uni president got hauled up before a congressional committee. I think that was Monique Shafter off the top of my head. And she got chewed out by Elise Stefanik. And that got Elise Stefanik probably a role in the Trump administration, which he still can't take because they can't afford to lose her from Congress. and the uni president ended up resigning from Columbia. On Thursday, the Joint Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism met to discuss Columbia University. Now, this task force has staffers from the Justice Department, Health and Human Services Department for some reason, the Education Department, the General Services Administration, and they said they'd be conducting a comprehensive review of Columbia's federal grants and contracts and whether Columbia took, quote, prompt and effective steps to address harassment. Now, that's good. I like to see a comprehensive review. You don't want to you don't want to shortcut these kinds of things. You don't want to half-ass them. You do it properly. A comprehensive review. And if you're going to do a comprehensive review, you want it to be not just comprehensive, but also efficient. You don't want it to last forever. This one was particularly efficient because it turns out that the very next day, Education Secretary Linda McMahon states, since October 7, Jewish students have faced relentless violence, intimidation, and anti-Semitic harassment on their campuses, only to be ignored by those who are supposed to protect them. Universities must comply with all federal anti-discrimination laws if they're going to receive federal funding. For too long, Columbia has abandoned that obligation to Jewish students studying on this campus. Today, we demonstrate to Columbia and other universities that we will not tolerate their appalling inaction any longer. They'd already tolerated it for one day while they undertook that comprehensive review. And they cancelled $400 million in federal grants for Columbia.
Wow.
That's a chunk of
Big number.
change.
Yeah.
Now, was this fair? Not really. I'll tell you why I say that. Now, first of all, just to be clear, Columbia probably does have a problem when it comes to anti-Semitism.
Sure. Fascinating.
And I say that because they established their own anti-Semitism task force, Columbia. And after interviewing hundreds of Jewish Columbia students. Sounds like this actually was comprehensive. Take notes, task force. They found that anti-Semitism was, quote, severe and pervasive. So that sounds like a concern.
It also sounds like if you're a task force and someone else has done a comprehensive review for you, you could get everything done in one day.
Maybe we've been too harsh on the task force.
I'm trying to really be a devil's advocate, but yep.
That's very flexible of you and very, very versatile. You don't just do nodding and some great quips. I've got to say, people have been loving your quips and the comments. I'm telling you, they're getting behind your quips.
That's very polite of you all. I fear it just adds to runtime.
But now you're also throwing in devil's advocacy. I love it.
Yeah.
It's good. So versatile.
If I'm going to be an advocate for anyone, it's not going to be aid. It's going to be for the devil.
Fair enough. Now, advocacy aside, Colombia may well have an anti-Semitism problem. I didn't look at the report. But it's not like they did nothing. It's not like Colombia just sat back and for a start, they commissioned this anti-Semitism task force. But also, at times, they're quite heavy-handed in response to these issues. 4 months before the protests, before they even began, Colombia banned its chapters of Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace because they were concerned about anti-Semitism. Since the protests, the uni has ordered police raids 3 times. That's 3 times more than is ordered in a lot of other universities.
Yeah, that's significant.
Over 100 students have been arrested by those raids. They currently face a lawsuit from 3 students alleging civil rights violations as a result of these crackdowns. So maybe they're pushing a bit on the other side here. Dozens of students have faced discipline and suspensions for participating in protests. They've got a disciplinary committee now called the Office of Institutional Equity, which has brought several cases of discriminatory harassment against students critical of Israel. Only last week, the school expelled 4 students after yet another protest in Barnard College. That was the first time in 57 years the school had expelled students simply for their speech.
Wow.
So it's not like they're doing nothing, but they got punished anyway. Admittedly, it could have been worse. Colombia currently holds more than $5 billion in commitments for federal grants. So maybe the government were actually soft pedaling it a little bit with only cutting $400 million. Maybe that might be a warning. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
And not a warning for Colombia, but a warning for
everyone.
Yes.
Yes. Colombia's interim president has vowed to work with the government to address any issues as well. I should say that this actually, you'd think this would be controversial, but it's actually, people have kind of ignored it. Number one, I guess Colombia can afford it. Number two, Colombia, they're not complaining. They're playing along. I'm not even sure they're challenging the decision in court. I expected them to challenge it in court, but I don't think they are. They're just going, yeah, okay, we've got a problem. We'll work with you to address any issues. Also, it's been overshadowed by the next controversy, which we'll now get into, which is Mahmoud Khalil, who is one of the protesters at Colombia. Mahmoud Khalil was the lead negotiator for the encampment at Colombia during the big protests last year. He's a 30-year-old Syrian-born Palestinian with an Algerian passport and a British security clearance.
Well-travelled guy.
He's like a one-man Carmen Sandiego novel. He just does it all. He actually graduated in December, but he's still living in a uni-owned apartment in Manhattan, and he was in that apartment the other night at 8:30 p.m. when his 8-month pregnant wife and him had just unlocked the door to their building when 2 plainclothes DHS agents barged in, pushed inside behind them, and started asking questions. They didn't identify themselves at first, which would have been a little bit scary, I imagine. But once they got Khalil's identity, and they asked him, "Who are you? Are you Khalil? Mahmoud Khalil, etc." Then they identified themselves. They claimed they were from the State Department, and they had revoked his student visa. His wife then told them that he actually had a green card, which is like permanent residency. That's much bigger than a student visa. and she went back to the apartment to fetch it after they threatened her. The agents then spoke to someone on the phone because Mahmoud immediately rang his lawyer.
Smart.
Yes, a smart thing to do. And then they told the lawyer, well, the green card's been revoked as well. Then Khalil...
Is that a thing?
Well, we'll get to that.
Okay, sure.
I mean, look, you can't... Spoiler, you can't just revoke someone's green card just like that.
It was pretty efficient.
But yeah, even more efficient than a task force. But they are revocable under certain circumstances. The circumstances are not during a phone call. But yeah, there are
we'll find out more.
circumstances.
Yeah.
We will.
Yeah.
Khalil had his lawyer on the phone, as I said. The agents just hung up on her allegedly and took him away. At first, the lawyer was told he was being sent to an ICE facility. That's immigration customs facility, not like an igloo in New Jersey. But by the time the lawyer and the wife got to New Jersey, they were told he was no longer there. And they had no idea where he was. They were told nothing, which is why now a lot of people are claiming he was disappeared, like Chris Murphy here.
For a while, his family and his lawyer had no idea where he was. They eventually found out that he was being held in a detention facility in Louisiana, and that's where he still is today. In dictatorships, they call this practice being disappeared. No charges, no claims of criminal behavior. The White House doesn't claim he did anything criminal. He's in jail because of his political speech.
Now, I do think that's a little much, to be honest, because it was only a few hours they didn't know where he was. He wasn't disappeared for, weeks in Siberia or some shit. It was, there was a few hours where they didn't know. Certainly the next morning, they heard he'd been sent to a facility in Louisiana.
Yeah, sure. Traumatic, scary.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's great, but I'm just saying I think the word...
Not a dictatorship.
I think the word disappeared is a bit much. But, you can draw your own conclusions. I'm just giving you the information. They then got an immediate court order stop him from being deported, because if he got deported before going through a due process, that would have been a real concern. You definitely can't do that as a green card holder legally.
Yeah.
They got a court order so they could challenge the decision in court. Now, importantly, his lawyer says they filed the court order before Khalil was flown to Louisiana. That's important because Supreme Court precedent holds that if they filed the court order before he was moved, he has to go back to where he was moved from. So the trial would then, at worst, take place in New Jersey and possibly in New York. Actually, I don't think it actually matters which place for the purposes of where I'm about to go here. But it just matters to not be Louisiana, because Louisiana is part of the Fifth Circuit. You want to keep it out of the Fifth Circuit. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there are 9 different circuits of courts in America. So America is divided into into ninths, and each region has basically an appeal chain, so that everything in the First Circuit ends up at the First Circuit Court of Appeals. Everything in the Fifth Circuit ends up, every case that's filed in the Fifth Circuit ends up eventually from the district court judge upwards to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. Doesn't really, I think from memory, New York and New Jersey are both in the Second Circuit. It doesn't really matter as long as they're not in the Fifth Circuit, because the Fifth Circuit is notoriously stacked with super conservative, kind of crazy judges. Right? In particular, there's a few real specials in there. And so you want to, it doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get terrible justice in the Fifth Circuit, but there's a much higher chance you're going to get some hardcore conservative desperately auditioning to be chosen as the next Republican Supreme Court justice. So it's important that he gets flown back. And right now, as we speak, there is a court proceedings in Manhattan about this exact question. Can they get him back? Can they not get him back? We don't know what the answer is. By the time you watch this, you might know what the answer is. That's why it's important, because the trial judge, not such an issue, but the appeals court bench, you don't want to be the Fifth Circuit, because that will determine the facts of the case. That will determine the judicial history of the case when it gets to the Supreme Court. And so it could actually affect the information the Supreme Court get when they are hearing the case. So, and this will go to the Supreme Court. So that's an important issue right there. The DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said, we've heard a few quotes from her in the last few weeks. She's a bit of a special herself. She said, Khalil led activities aligned to Hamas, a designated terrorist organization. Aligned. That's interesting. It doesn't accuse him of crimes. It doesn't accuse him of terrorism. It accuses him of being aligned. That's a good thing. I watch a lot of chiropractor videos, and I'm very sure that being aligned is good.
I'm sure that Trump's plans for Trump Gaza, the Golden Gaza Casino, will be aligned in some degree.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine they will. But in this case, aligned is apparently bad. How do you even show you aren't aligned with Hamas? If someone accuses you of being aligned with Hamas, what do you say? Anyway, it's a very subjective and arbitrary term. And so, yeah, that doesn't smack of a good law to me. But anyway, that's the situation. Now, has Khalil been an actual terrorist? This is an important question for us to ask. Well, let's not assume that he's a hero just because Chris Murphy likes him. Khalil's main role in Colombia protests was to negotiate or mediate, they say. Now, that's speech. Apparently, that's free in America, I hear. He actually told The Verge last year that he was limiting himself to only being negotiator or mediator, specifically because he wasn't a citizen and he didn't want to get himself in trouble. He said, quote, I'm here on a foreign visa. That's why for the past 6 months, I've barely appeared on the media. That's why I'm not suspended. I did not participate, fearing that I will be arrested and ultimately deported from this country. Smart move. Obviously not smart enough. The New York Post also noted, this is a New York Post now, so they're no friends of Khalil Mahmoud. Mahmoud Khalil fronts a radical group, Colombia United Apartheid Divest, which sympathizes with terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and calls for the end of Western civilization. Oh, that's an interesting little rider at the end there, isn't it? Now, look, I've been hunting for video to see what evidence there is out there. I've been doing the Twitter run, and as you might imagine, most of this is found on Twitter. I've seen a lot of video that suggests that is an accurate description of the group Colombia United Apartheid Divest, that they are sympathetic to Hamas. They have glorified October 7, directly glorified October 7 on a number of occasions. They did put out a statement about October 7 saying, we support liberation by any means necessary, including armed resistance. They have called the October 7 attack, quote, a moral, military and political victory. They have said, quote, that they were fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. They have. They've also asked for help from violent extremists abroad to help them fight in America. Quote, we seek instructions from militants in the global south. They're not a great bunch of dudes, from what I've seen at least.
They sound a lot more proactive than the university protest groups I was part of.
Yes, they
All we did was complain about our one breakdancing professor who will not be named.
Hang on. We're going to have to hear something at some point in time. Maybe not now, but at some point in time. We need to hear about this breakdancing class that you took at university.
No, just a professor who was a breakdancer.
Oh, yeah, okay. So he wasn't like professor of breakdancing. He was like what's her name?
She was.
Raygun.
She was. It was Raygun, yeah. This is such a tangent. Yeah.
That's not a joke.
No.
You were taught by Raygun.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
What is this?
The correspondence is going to be flooding in. I'm not even going to ask you now. I'll ask you the next time we do this with the questions from the correspondence.
Okay, I'm taking tangent, treehouse.
Oh
I'll
my
have played it.
God, you were taught by Reagan.
For one unit in a semester online in 2022.
How is this the first time I've heard this? We've discussed ray gun on the podcast.
Oh, have we? It's not that interesting.
You were taught by ray gun, and you're saying it's not that interesting.
The course itself was not. She is just a university lecturer. We knew that she did breakdancing.
Oh my God. What's the course?
Oh, it was MMCC 0 or 20.
You have to spell
10
it.
something.
Just tell us what it was.
Oh, it was one of those crummy media introductory courses they get you to do.
Fair enough. Okay. Like I said, we'll discuss this much more when we get the correspondence.
There was no Khalil, and I was no Columbia United Apartheid divest.
I am very much expecting at least 300 comments just on this question of Lachy's university career with ray gun. But let's move on. So then on the Great Bunch, this group that Khalil was a member of, but that doesn't mean Khalil himself called for any of that or anything else. You could be a member of a group and not necessarily agree with everything the group stands for.
Yeah.
Even if you do agree with everything the group stands for, that's not against any regulation or law or anything. You don't. There's no thought crimes in America. At least it's not meant to be. All right. So what did he do? How did he act? Where's the evidence of what he actually said? Because I have found none.
Oh.
I found no evidence of him saying any of this. I've seen plenty of evidence of him at rallies where people were saying that kind of stuff. But he himself, no. There have been some on the left trying to make the case that he's some kind of hero, some kind of top bloke. Maybe he is. I got no idea. Honestly, I don't really care. I'm not going to put him on my wall. I don't care whether he's a hero or not. I just care what he's done. Now, he told CNN that he wasn't, that not just him, but his group wasn't anti-Semitic. This is the quote. As a Palestinian student, I believe the liberation of the Palestinian people and the Jewish people are intertwined and go hand by hand, and you cannot achieve one without the other. In response to accusations of anti-Semitism made against the movement, he told CNN there was no place for anti-Semitism and said, our movement is a movement for social justice and freedom and equality for everyone. I know people who are like that. Maybe he's like that. Maybe he's lying. I don't know. I want to see the evidence. That's all I'm saying. So do the government have evidence of Khalil himself personally supporting Hamas and the October 7 attack or not? If they do, let's see it. So far, I haven't.
Which is pretty comprehensive searching.
It was. This is what Trump said about it all.
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get him the hell out. I think that guy, we ought to get him. I heard his statements, too. They were plenty bad. And I think we ought to get him the hell out of the country. I watched him. I watched tapes. Specifically, I watched tapes. And you can have him, okay? You can have him. And you can have the rest of them.
What a doofus Elon Musk is. Sitting there with his sunglasses and his black gear, looking like a cross between the Matrix and Chips.
I hate those guys who just stand next to someone else more important and do nothing but nod.
Yeah. John made the point on Plain America today, which I'll give him credit for. It's a good point. That Elon Musk is meant to be the free speech absolutist. And they're him nodding and these are troublemakers, let's get rid of them. Anyway, that was very vague what Trump said. I don't think he did see any videos, because if he had, I would have. I don't think that anything Trump was saying there was on the level. I think he's got no idea and he's bluffing. Either way, he's being extremely vague. Mike Johnson was asked what crime Khalil had committed. He was even vaguer.
Yeah. In your estimation, what crime did Mahmoud Khalil commit to warrant his arrest, detention, and the potential revocation of his green card?
Let me tell you something. I went face down the angry mob at Columbia at the height of that stuff. When the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas protesters were there. I'm telling you, this is my own observation, not something I read in the newspaper. It was dangerous. I met with Jewish students before we went to campus who were holed away off campus because they were instructed by the administration not to come to class, which they paid for fear of their physical safety. The administrators there refused to take control of that campus. They refused to allow the PD to come, the police department to come in and take control, and it turned into a chaos. The president has since been removed, and now they got the same problem again. Columbia and other universities, they have to keep control of campus. The first responsibility of an administration is ensuring the safety of the students who are paying tuition to be there, for crying out loud. This madness has to stop. We have to get control of it. This guy apparently was a mastermind of those very things, when the gnashing of teeth and the ripping of clothes and the people screaming at me, wanting to rip me limb from limb because I was there talking about moral clarity and how there's a right and a wrong. They were doing that. They disrupted the campus. They were threatening physical violence to their fellow students. If you're on a student visa, I'm going to say this clearly. If you are on a student visa and you're in America and you're an aspiring young terrorist who wants to prey upon your Jewish classmates, you're going home. We're going to arrest your tail, and we're going to send you home where you belong. And this is just getting started. So, look, I appreciate free speech. I used to defend it in courts, but this is far beyond the pale of that. When you are threatening your classmates and spewing anti-Semitism and all this hatred, it's enough.
Okay, now there's a lot of adjectives there, a lot of verbs, a lot of attitude, not a lot of detail, I have to say. I mean, I don't think gnashing your teeth and tearing your clothes is a problem. I mean, look, there might be a pornographic issue here, but it just, like, he was just dancing around it. If there's a
But
safety...
Chaz, he was a mastermind.
Yeah, he was a
of gnashing teeth.
He's a kind of master. Does gnashing teeth require a lot of masterminding?
Presumably that's what he just finished his degree in, with honours.
Maybe.
Honours in terrorist mastermind.
You're in no position to have a go at what other people learnt at university from the sounds of things. We're going to keep coming back to that.
I'm a podcasting major.
I'm not saying that. I'm not even going to degree.
I know.
Just, gnashing teeth, breakdancing. Anyway, my point is, while he was much more convincing than Trump, he was no less vague. Maybe he needed a Cybertruck behind him to get a little bit more gravitas. I don't know. Maybe the Cybertruck was there to protect Trump from Khalil.
Maybe.
And what he's been masterminding, all the teeth gnashing. I don't know. But the point is that we're not seeing details so far. And to be fair, you don't need to have committed a crime to get deported. Like, I think it's a distraction, all this committed a crime talk. And a lot of the left at the moment are going, what's the crime? What's the crime? You can deport people who haven't committed a crime. In fact, that's the point that Marco Rubio...
That's what we're doing right now,
well,
isn't it?
That's what they're trying to do, yeah. This is the point that Marco Rubio was making about this whole thing.
When you come to the United States as a visitor, which is what a visa is, which is how this individual entered this country, on a visitor's visa, okay, you are here as a visitor. We can deny you that visa. We can deny you that if you tell us when you apply, hi, I'm trying to get into the United States on a student visa. I am a big supporter of Hamas, a murderous, barbaric group that kidnaps children, that rapes teenage girls, that takes hostages, that allows them to die in captivity, that returns more bodies than live hostages. If you tell us that you are in favor of a group like this, and if you tell us when you apply for your visa, and by the way, I intend to come to your country as a student and rile up all kinds of anti-Jewish student, anti-Semitic activities, I intend to shut down your universities. If you told us all these things when you applied for a visa, we would deny your visa. I hope we would. If you actually end up doing that, once you're in this country on such a visa, we will revoke it. And if you end up having a green card, not citizenship, but a green card as a result of that visa while you're here in those activities, we're going to kick you out. It's as simple as that. This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with. No one has a right to a student visa. No one has a right to a green card, by the way.
And as a community service announcement, can I just say, if you do happen to find yourself in a customs line, don't say any of the things that Marco Rubio just reported that Khalil might have said at some point in time, hypothetically. Obviously, he's not describing Khalil there, but some fantasy evil Fox News caricature. But Rubio's broader point there is actually correct. You can deport people without them committing a crime.
Sure, yeah.
Like it's just a part of the vetting process. It's like vetting after they got here. Going, we don't. If you can say we don't want you before you get there, you can say we don't want you after you get there. That is true. But let's assume for now they do have that critical evidence, the evidence which we haven't seen. Is Khalil deportable as a green card holder,
Yes.
not just as a random tourist or as a student visa holder, but as a green card holder? Assuming once again they do have the evidence. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 allows the government to deny entry and deport, quote, any alien who endorses or espouses terrorist activity or persuades others to endorse or espouse terrorist activity or support a terrorist organization. So that there is one statute that says if you support Hamas, because Hamas are a designated terrorist organization, you're gone. Okay, if you're like they have the right to deport you. The statute that the federal government's relying on is actually even another one. There's a few of these. Section 1227. In general, an alien whose presence or activities in the United States, the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States is deportable. Okay, so let's break this down. Potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. Now, that is a huge stretch, I think, for Mahmoud Khalil. But it's Rubio's call, according to that legislation. If the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. Note the word reasonable, which I just blew past. The Supreme Court would have to hold that this call was a reasonable call. I would be shocked if the Supreme Court second-guessed him because that would be a huge call to make, be very controversial. That's not their style. So I don't think I think they would essentially let this statute be enough to deport him, I think.
Sure.
Assuming the evidence exists. The legislation goes on to say Rubio can exclude aliens who, amongst other things, represent a political, social, or other group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity. Once again, if they find Rubio's judgment as reasonable. Terrorist activity, once again, means Hamas. So these are statutes that suggest to me they can do this. Doesn't say green cards are special. It says anyone who's not a citizen, essentially. There is an exception, though. An alien shall not be excludable or subject to restrictions or conditions on entry into the United States because of the alien's past, current, or expected beliefs, statements, or associations if such belief statements or associations would be lawful within the United States, unless the Secretary of State personally determines that the alien's admission would compromise a compelling United States foreign policy interest. So, his alleged support of Hamas would be legal in America. That's freedom of speech. You can support a terrorist organization in America. You can. That's legal. You have a constitutional right to do that. So, theoretically, that exception should apply unless the Secretary of State personally determines that the alien's admission would compromise a compelling United States foreign policy interest. Once again, is this compromising a compelling United States foreign policy interest for Khalil to be in America? I would say no, but I would guess the Supreme Court would say, well, if Rubio said so. So I think, once again, that exception's not going to apply. I think that he's going to get done by this statute. Does the fact he's a green card holder make any difference at all? We haven't even mentioned the green card in this legislation. Having a green card places you in a weird in-between zone, generally speaking, in the law. Not quite a citizen, so you don't have the rights of a citizen, but you definitely have more rights than someone who has, a student visa. Revoking a green card is possible, like I said before, spoiler before. Super rare, though. It's usually because you were convicted of some awful crime.
Right.
Usually. The revocation process is definitely lengthy. You have
More than a phone call.
More than a phone call.
Yep.
You have to be heard in a removal hearing by an immigration judge. Maybe the phone call was with an immigration judge.
Yeah.
They do need clear and convincing evidence proving your deportability.
Trump's tapes.
Sure. You do have the right to a lawyer if you can afford one. The lawyer might have
He was already on the phone to his
might
lawyer.
have been party line.
He's got a right. Doesn't say the lawyer gets to do anything.
And you do have the right to appeal.
Okay.
Maybe he appealed on the phone call and was denied.
Or he'll
Maybe.
appeal and then they can deny.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You can't get deported in the middle of it, though, that process. Now, there's a lot, that's a lot laxer than the protections in criminal law, but it's something. You can be detained while going through this due process that I've just described, according to the Supreme Court in Denmore v. Kim in 2003. So, theoretically, green card holder doesn't make a difference in the end. You can still get done by that statute. Is it constitutional, though? Because not every law is constitutional. Sometimes they overturn laws because they're unconstitutional. Is it constitutional? Firstly, even being openly supportive of Hamas is a constitutional right, generally speaking. Flat out free speech, no doubt. Texas versus Johnson in 1989 held that the First Amendment protects even the most controversial and provocative forms of speech. Note, material support is not free speech, but that's a tough accusation to prove, and I've seen no evidence that Khalil materially supported Hamas. So let's forget that for now. But let's be clear about this at the same time. Free speech is a constitutional right, and that applies to non-citizens as well. They have the constitutional right to free speech, which means they have the same protection against criminal penalties as citizens do. So because of free speech, they can't be jailed for this kind of stuff.
Yes.
But deporting isn't a criminal process. You can enjoy your First Amendment rights while they kick your ass out of the country. Right? All because you have a First Amendment right to do something doesn't mean you can't be deported. It just means you can't be jailed. Okay? Does that make
makes
sense?
total sense.
Good.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people get confused about that. And that
That's pretty
happens all the
straightforward,
time. Happens all the time. Visas, for instance, can get revoked for actions that involve the exercise of constitutional rights, for which Americans would never be punished. Like, you can get deported for working in an off-campus job without special authorization. An American would never get deported for that.
No.
You're not going to get sent to jail for working in an off-campus job without special authorization. You have the right to work. You might have, like generally speaking, no one can has the right to force you to not go to an employment place, but that might be a condition through which you end up getting deported.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you can get deported while doing perfectly legitimate things.
Yeah.
There is precedent on this as well. In Harasiades versus Shaughnessy from 1952, the Supreme Court found legal aliens could be deported for membership in the Communist Party. You have the First Amendment right to be a member of the Communist Party. You have the right to freely assemble. That's your right. And they also have the right to kick your ass out of the country when you do that. That's what the Supreme Court found. So, yeah, the precedent is there. He can be deported while taking advantage of his First Amendment rights. In this case, it's not 100% clear whether this law is going to be constitutional or not. Different legal experts have different views on this. Let me take you through this. Some say that, for instance, receiving welfare is not a constitutional right. But if you were deprived of welfare solely because you criticise the president, that would be against the First Amendment.
Yes.
Okay? Equally, staying in the country is not a constitutional right, but if you're deported solely because of your speech, that might be considered against the First Amendment as well, which means the law that allowed you to be deported would be against the First Amendment and would be unconstitutional.
Yeah.
So potentially, if you're getting deported solely because of your speech and nothing else, the Supreme Court might hold that deportation rule there is unconstitutional. Maybe. We've never seen this case before, so we don't know. Another argument that gets made is that this law is too vague. What I mean by that, according to the statute, if you're a non-citizen and the Secretary of State declares you to be compromising a compelling United States foreign policy interest and has reasonable ground to believe your activities would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States, then they can deport you. But what does that mouthful mean? It could mean anything.
I find myself asking that question a lot.
Yeah, if Rubio wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, can he just deport anyone he likes for any reason? Oh, this is not a foreign policy interest. Gone. See you later. No non-citizen could possibly know what conduct might or might not get them get deported underneath what I just read. It's just so vague, right? And there is a term, voided for vagueness, where you void a law because it's too vague. It's considered a violation of due process if there's a law which you can't possibly know what it means. So after the fact, some arbitrary, it's a dictator essentially just goes, yeah, in hindsight, you just broke the law even though you didn't realize it. Piss off. If a law is so vague you don't know what it is, it's void. Like no due process, unconstitutional. So theoretically, this law might be too vague. That's an argument that's been made.
Wow. That's a fun loophole.
Yeah. And look, this applies to deportation statutes as well. In 951, the Supreme Court held that the void for vagueness doctrine does apply specifically to deportation statutes. So this might be the argument that keeps Khalil in the country.
Wow.
The court affirmed that, by the way, in 2018. It wasn't just a one-off in 951. They affirmed it in 2018. They struck down a deportation statute in 2018 for vagueness. So there is hard precedent for this. There's a bunch of other legal arguments. I'm not going to go through them because I think the vagueness one and the reasonable one are going to be the two main arguments that are used. So I've told you them now. Let's move on. Interestingly, Trump pursued the line that he's pursuing now back in his first term, but his lawyers in his first term said, nah. The Justice Department in 2018 had an internal memo saying the lawful permanent residents very likely could not be excluded or removed for expressing mere philosophical support for terrorism or for endorsing activities of groups whose activities do not implicate the foreign policy interests of the United States. In other words, they specifically said the very thing that has just happened to Khalil is illegal. They said that back in 2018, which is interesting. That has no precedential view. That's just some lawyers.
No.
But still, they were Trump lawyers.
They were Trump lawyers in 2018.
Yes.
That's like 100 years ago.
Yes. Anyway, my point is, this is an open case. We have no idea where this is going. Anyone who pretends they do, I think is bluffing you. We don't know. Even Ann Coulter. Do you know who Ann Coulter is?
I do know Ann
Even
Coulter.
Ann Coulter thinks that this is arguable. She tweeted out, it was quite funny actually, she's a classic Ann Coulter. There's almost no one I don't want to deport. But unless they've committed a crime, isn't this a violation of the First Amendment? Yeah, the thing I like about Ann Coulter, a lot of people hate Ann Coulter. It's a great line. A lot of people hate Ann Coulter. A lot of lefties hate Ann Coulter. But, whatever you say about her, whatever you say she's heartless, she's a monster, whatever you want to say, never say she's a hypocrite. She is definitely not a hypocrite. She is very consistent and she's very happy to chase whatever horrible logic that she espouses all the way to the finish line. She never shies away from where she's going. And sometimes it ends up being a U-turn like that. Anyway.
I still love there's almost no one I don't want to deport. That, void for vagueness.
That's good. Is this a good policy, though? Let's leave aside the law. I've now said I have no idea about the law. Is this actually a good policy? No, this is a shit policy for so many reasons. This is meant to be a uni we're talking about here. Look, if he's going around harassing people like Mike Johnson suggested, if he's going around harassing people or committing acts of violence, good, get rid of him. Pull out the shepherd's crook and just yank him. Yank him all the way to Syria. I don't care. That you're breaking the law then, and you are creating a hostile environment for students, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
But if this is solely about his opinions, which is what so far it seems to be.
Mm.
This is horrible to deport people at universities who practice wrongthink.
Mm.
Like, of all places, a university is where you're meant to argue about things, and where you're meant to hash ideas out.
Mm.
And I know that some people have accused pro-Palestinian protesters of creating exactly a hostile environment where people can't do that.
Mm.
I get that.
Mm.
And that's what the university needs to crack down on.
Yeah.
They need to crack down on intimidation. I'm not supporting
Which
intimidation
maybe
at all.
Colombia was doing to a degree.
Yeah, and look, and maybe he did do that.
Mm.
But let's see the proof.
Mm.
Intimidation is one thing. Just expressing an opinion is nothing altogether. And just having an opinion is another thing again. And the last two things should not be criminalized at a university of all places. Absolutely
Or
should not.
criminalized or deportation worthy.
Totally. And I know citizens can say what they like, and you might go, well, if he's a citizen, he can say what he likes. But hang on, if a group in campus has to walk around on eggshells lest they be deported, that's not an ideal educational environment. It's just not. I'm sorry. Let's leave aside the university though, because I just went straight to university and go, this is terrible for a university. Anywhere, this is awful. Anywhere. Trump himself likes to boast that he stopped, quote, all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. This is obviously, what we're seeing here is the opposite of free speech.
Yeah.
Obviously. I mean, you've got these kinds of defenses being run by people like Tom Homan.
When you're on campus, and they say, and I hear freedom of speech. Can you stay in a movie theater and yell fire? Can you slander somebody verbally? Free speech has limitations.
When you're on the side of an argument where people are arguing free speech has limitations, and they bring up the mythical canard, which, by the way, is not legally correct, of yelling fire in a movie theater, you know you're probably on the wrong side of an argument. Usually the people using those arguments...
It is the Godwin's law of free speech arguments.
Usually, yes, usually. The truth is, especially, we know what's going on here. What's going on here is he isn't being deported for anti-Semitism. There is a lot of anti-Semitism in America. They've got a real problem. Some of it is amongst some of these protesters. That is true. But certainly not all of it. And there's only one group that have been threatened with deportation. He's been deported for anti-Semitism from the left. Trump's people just busted Andrew Tate out of jail.
Yep.
And not only is he a self-confessed rapist, but he's a filthy anti-Semite as well. And a huge Hamas supporter, by the way, which, need I remind you, is a terrorist organization, according to America. He's coming from the right. And he just came into America. Didn't get booted out of America. J.D. Vance just begged for the rehiring of one of the Doge guys because they'd tweeted some foolish things as a 25-year-old, some foolish racist things. Do you reckon Vance is going to go into bat for Khalil? He was around 25 as well, and when he said some foolish things and thought some foolish things.
Does that mean that Vance is going to call him a boy?
Yeah, give the boy a chance.
Yeah. Well, to err is human, but to forgive is not for Khalil.
That's right. Of course he's not going to, because Khalil has the wrong political viewpoint for Vance. Once again, like we said earlier, yesterday in this pod, allies like the Doge kid and Tate are protected. Opponents like Khalil get punished and deported. And so we got, once again, this is all part of the authoritarian thing I'm talking about cracking down on your opponents and supporting your allies. And we've got a classic slippery slope here as well. Classic slippery slope. Who's next after the Palestinian protesters? Because, people advocating for Ukraine, they can be seen as supporting terrorism as well. Musk thinks so. He literally called one of those people, Senator Mark Kelly, a traitor this week for supporting Ukraine. Literally. Do you think I might be scaremongering when I say that. Well, how about the fact that just this week, Donald Trump was standing in front of a Cybertruck promising to treat Tesla vandals as domestic terrorists.
Yeah.
He explicitly said yes to that. That terrorist declaration could become as all-encompassing and meaningless as emergency declarations now are. Remember, now they use emergency for everything now. 5 years' time, they could use terrorist for everything. You just got no idea. There's no definition for this kind of shit.
It was already a very slippery word, wasn't it?
Yeah, totally. So I really don't like the word terrorist being used as a means to enforce deportations. I don't like that at all. I'd like to see a lot more checks and balances. And oh, by the way, this isn't a one-off either. Trump has openly said this is going to be the first of many deportations. He's just set right out. In fact, now I think about it, the White House has actually been handing out lists to universities. They just admitted this. They've been handing out lists to universities of people who they think should be deported. They want the university to hand over to them, to ICE, so they can deport them. Yeah, there's a clip.
Columbia University has been given the names of other individuals who have engaged in pro-Hamas activity, and they are refusing to help DHS identify those individuals on campus. And as the president said very strongly in his statement yesterday, he is not going to tolerate that, and we expect all America's colleges and universities to comply with this administration's policy.
So let me ask you this to finish off. Final thought. Sending out deportation lists to unis, how is that different to the Biden administration petitioning Facebook to ban misinformation spreaders during COVID?
Oh.
The right went apeshit about that. They went absolutely apeshit. So what's the difference? Let me tell you the difference. There is a difference in my book.
I feel like there are a few differences, actually.
I'm going to go through them. Number one, deporting someone's much worse than banning them from Facebook.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. It's going the wrong way for these guys, but still, it's a big difference. Two, the Biden administration were very selective in who they went after. Trump has got lists. That's a difference. Three, the Biden administration tried to keep it a secret because they were ashamed. Trump has no shame whatsoever. They're announcing it at press conferences. Those are three major differences to me. All of them are working in the wrong direction for the Trump administration. I think this is so much worse than the Facebook misinformation stuff, that they act like it was the greatest First Amendment violation in history, even though the Supreme Court said, this is so much worse than that. And I'm not expecting consistency here, but it'd be nice for it to be acknowledged. The point is, though, he's just getting warmed up. This is still 6 weeks into the administration. This is bad. This is really bad. Now, that took us an hour. But I want to do a little bit of correspondence, and then we'll do more correspondence in PEP on Monday. Hey! I guess. Yeah. Correspondence
Feels good.
Hey! Now, Dave started off with his own correspondence / apology. I probably should have inserted this in there because it's relevant to his correspondence apology, but I forgot this existed. I'm sorry, Kirsty. It's about congestion pricing. Kirsty said, London was not the first place to do congestion pricing. Singapore has had congestion pricing since 1975. It was updated in the 80s, and it's had a few variations over time. I mentioned last week, if you recall, that Singapore tops the world in maths, science, and reading results by a mile.
Yeah.
Coincidence? I think not. Congestion pricing, I think, is very intelligent. They're obviously very intelligent in Singapore, so good on you. New media correspondence from PEP 200. I was banging on about how I felt like we were seeing the end of an era when it came to entertainment, the music industry, the film industry, the TV industry. All their business models are obsolete, I said. And I was saying I was looking forward to the inevitable replacement. I was saying it wasn't going to be bad. It might be great. I just want to see what it is. I'm just curious. There'll be a different kind of entertainment medium, and I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't sure what it was going to be. Dr. Henry says, well, it's already here. Dr. Henry says, if you're looking for that new form of media overtaking old media, you can consider video games. They're having their own problems at the moment, but the video industry makes more money than the film and music industries combined. And Dr. Henry is correct. The film industry makes $34 billion a year. The music industry makes $28 billion a year. And the gaming industry makes $184 billion a year. Having said that, Dr. Henry, the TV industry makes $373 billion a year.
Oh.
So
okay.
Still got the video gaming industry covered. But it still makes a fair point. It's a behemoth, if that's how you pronounce that word. Behemoth. It's a behemoth. So, it reminds me of when I was about 6 and I used to have a map on my wall. This is a very me story. I memorized all the countries of the world off my map.
Sick.
And at one point in time, I was just saying to someone on our school bus that I knew every country in the world.
Cool.
And
oh dear.
and one of the older kids was challenging me to this.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh yeah. Well, let's start with the continents. Let's go through them." And I go, "Okay." And I rattle them off, and I pronounce Asia as Asia. Because I'd never heard of Asia. I just had this map on my wall
with
Asia written on it. And I insisted it was pronounced as Asia. And he just pissed himself so much. And I copped Asia for days and days. And I learned not to boast about my knowledge at that point in time. But anyway. Behemoth. Thank you.
Correct.
Look, fair point. The video gaming industry is a behemoth. I love gaming myself, but it's not the same thing as TV and movies and stuff. What I'm talking about is a new media that imparts information and stories. And yes, obviously, video games do stories. Obviously, like sometimes they're hugely story oriented.
Yeah.
I was a huge fan of Genshin Impact a few years back.
Cool.
And that's all story based.
Dude,
it's
sick.
It's a good one.
That's fun.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Anyway, unfortunately, these days I'm too busy reading to play Genshin Impact. But anyway, I missed the Fire World. It doesn't matter. But look, the stories that gaming does, they very much come second to the playing experience, generally speaking.
Generally.
Yeah, there are exceptions, but generally.
But exceptions are not the rule.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's going to be something else where the stories and the information comes first and everything else comes second. I don't know what it is. We'll see. But that's what I'm referring to. I mean, maybe you're right, Dr. Henry. Maybe it's just going to be video games, but I reckon it'll be video games plus something else that we don't know yet. Do you agree with me, by the way, that it's not just going to be video games in the future? Video games obviously are here to stay for the time being, but there'll be some other media.
I think that there will be more. I think that there will be more than just video games, but video games will perhaps grow more than
and they might become,
the other one.
And
it might kick out some other stuff.
Yeah. I was going to say, and they might become more story-oriented as well. Like potentially.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I like story in video games.
I like shoot 'em ups. I liked in Genshin, I used to just fast forward all the story shit and just get to the fighting.
I liked Marvel Spider-Man on the PlayStation 4 when it came out. Great story. I love Spider-Man.
Yeah. Spider-Man's a great story, but I want to see him spray people with spider webs.
Yeah, you could do that. And then you'd cry in the story.
Also, Caine correspondence. Let's move on to this from Peep199. I told you about how Trump had a story about why he picked Dan Caine for his Joint Chief of Staff chair. He had an elaborate story about how Caine put on a MAGA hat when he saw Trump and he swore that he'd die for Trump.
Called him sir.
Yes, sir. That story was obviously almost certainly bullshit, but I speculate there must be some real reason we don't know why he picked Caine, because Caine was like 14th in line for the role. And I was concerned about what that might be. Enyo says, could it be possible Trump did meet some MAGA hat-wearing soldier who he misremembered as Caine? Like his brain is smashing a few different events, times and places together, and Trump made a mistake? Maybe. Look, I'll be honest. I don't think Trump is that stupid. That's pretty stupid. I know that academically he's not great. I know he has the attention span of a chihuahua on Prozac. I know that he says some pretty dumb stuff at times. Emotionally, he's got no control. I agree with all these things, and so he can say some insane shit. But I don't think the man is completely senile, which is what that would suggest. You may disagree with me. I can understand if you did, but that's my position. Johnny in Bangkok has a different explanation, delivered in a classic Johnny in Bangkok way. Chaz, you're overthinking your TDS. That's Trump derangement syndrome. Trump passed over the current top Pentagon officer ranks and chose General Caine for Joint Chief because they received their top promotions under Biden. As such, Trump considered them tainted and Democrat Party players. General Caine didn't serve at the Pentagon during Biden's time in office. Yeah, I reckon Johnny's nailed it. I reckon Trump is just hating on anyone who has the stink of Biden, so he passed them all by. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that checks
That
out.
rings true. Good stuff, Johnny.
Could be it. Yeah.
F-35 correspondence in PEP 199. I was suggesting there was plenty of fat for Doge to cut in the Defense Department. And they could start with the multi-trillion-dollar F-35 jet fighter program, which had all kinds of issues early on. I confess, mea culpa, it was a lazy drive-by for me. I just remembered the F-35 in the back of my head from years ago. I have accordingly been called out on this by the Peppers. So let me read out some of the call-outs. They're pretty good. Well done, Peppers. Aussie Uncle Phil. I have to disagree about the F-35 program. I know it's one you've brought up several times. I'm no expert on that program. I don't claim to be. But the guys who fight with those aircraft beg to differ with you. There are many interviews, including from Australian flight crews, who'll tell you it's a huge step up from the F-18. It was expensive for the usual reason. It was overly ambitious. We've been there before. The F-111 was criticised for the same reasons. It's almost a tape replay, but resulted in an excellent aircraft that paid for itself, proposed naval variant aside. Some on-the-cheap programs have also had spectacular results, like the F-16 and F-18 programs, but the F-35 has been used with success. The fact that Israel buys them, uses them, and wants more tells me they're pretty good just by itself. Z goes further and says, actually, it's not even expensive. It's quite cheap. You go, hang on, well, what? The multi-trillion-dollar program. Chaz, I think you should do some research into the F-35 program because you mentioned it a few times and your information is just very outdated and wrong. It's an incredibly valuable program. That plane basically makes Western countries untouchable. Not only is it the most advanced aircraft in the world, it also is incredibly cost-effective at around $80 million per unit. See, I missed the per unit cost. The US Navy has interceptor missiles worth $5 million each. Interceptor missiles.
Whoa.
The F-35 is so cheap because it's the most popular stealth fighter aircraft in the world. For the record, an F-16 costs about $65 million, and it's significantly less advanced. A previous generation model. So the F-16 almost costs the same as the F-35. Yeah, and remember, Aussie Uncle Phil described the F-16 as an on-the-cheap program, and it's almost the same cost. The reason the F-35 is so cost-effective is because of the scale of production, because every Western ally and US Air Force, Navy, Marines all operate their own fleet of F-35s. It's a very popular seller and a big money maker, locking down $80 billion a year in international arms deals. The major issues you're referring to occurred between 2001 and 2018. Those were to be expected since it was the most advanced aircraft ever built. The last 7 years have been smooth sailing, and it would be incredibly stupid to cut the program now. This is not the kind of industry you can just fire up at a moment's notice when a war's on the horizon. If you cut it, you permanently damage your ability to manufacture these aircraft. See Europe, for examples. So given that it's incredibly stupid to cut the program now, maybe Doge should cut it. That's right down their alley. But I take your point, Aussie Uncle Phil and Z, and about 3 other people I didn't read out. That was dumb of me to do that drive-by. I have now been educated and I will not forget that scolding.
Thank you.
So thank you. Before we move on from Z isn't finished. Z is also a big fan of gold cards. There's the $5 million immigration visa. So I'll read what Z has to say there. I'm totally down with Trump's gold visa. I think it's honestly a fine idea. They already can't stop people at the bottom end illegally immigrating, so the number of immigrants isn't really an issue. You may as well open up the country to the wealthy as well. They may actually bring more to it than just $5 million. They might bring business opportunities, entrepreneurship, or at worst, a well-educated family. Considering how many people are in America already, a few million more rich people is just a drop in the bucket. And let's say they do break through the rules and sell as little as $50K a year. That's $250 billion. It's not a bad chunk of change. You could put that all into the mythical sovereign wealth fund and in 4 years' time have $1 trillion in there, all invested into value-creating enterprises and diversified assets. Could do a lot of good. Look, that's fine. To me, immigration shouldn't be a money-making scheme. I'm not saying because of principal reasons. I'm saying good immigration is worth more than money, and bad immigration isn't worth any amount of money. If you let the wrong person in, that's a real problem, no matter how much money they've got, in my view. In fact, the more money they've got, the bigger a problem it is if you let the wrong person in, not mentioning any names. I'd say that they should have a point system like Australia. This is what I've always said. I like the point system. I think it's good. I think it's a fair system, which, like, you can argue over what's in the point system, but you can argue about whether being able to speak English, for instance, should get you points, or your age, whether being young should get you points, or whether your degree, whether that should get you points, or whether having special skills should get you points, or whatever. You can argue about whatever gets you points. But the idea of a country deciding what they would like to prioritize in their immigrants and then allowing people, anyone from any walk of life who can satisfy those requirements, I think that's a good thing. I like that. I like Canada's got as well. I like the point system. And if you want to buy your way around the point system, if you can't get enough points but you're rich, okay, sure, buy your way around the point system. But not just because you're rich. You have to be vetted. You have to satisfy certain requirements. You can't just let someone in because they got $5 million. Because if you do, and I'm not saying ZU necessarily was suggesting that, but Trump does seem to be suggesting that. If you got $5 million, in you come. You just can't do that because that to me smacks of becoming a magnet for corruption and dodgy individuals. Rich people can usually get into the country if they're choosing already. That's usually not a problem for rich people.
Yeah.
If they're not getting in already, there's got to be something wrong with them. So what is it? I want to know what's wrong with them before I let them in, even if they've got $5 million. And no amount of money is going to stop me wanting to know what's going on with these characters, okay? And on that note, Aussie Titan is, big call, Aussie Titan. Betting their ex's house. The Trump's gold card is a backdoor for the Tates to get fast-tracked American citizenship. For those who don't know, the Tates, Andrew Tate is a bit of a doyen of the manosphere. He and his brother have been somehow released from home prison in Romania, and they've ended up in Florida somehow. They're exactly the kind of people that I am worried about, who have money but no scruples. I mentioned them earlier. I don't know why I reintroduced them. Anyway.
Well, they should be vetted for their potential adverse ideological beliefs.
They should be, in my view.
Foreign policy beliefs.
But you just lost your ex's house, Titan. So that was a good decision on your house, on your case, and I'll bet your house. They're actually American citizens already, so no issues for them. They're sweet. Meltdown correspondence. I was expecting a lot on this. This is the Zelensky-Trump-Vance meltdown.
Yeah.
I was expecting a lot on this because I got a fair bit of abuse when I debuted the budget version of my theory about this on Planet America. The comments on YouTube that night were not forgiving. So I expected when I did the more elaborate version, I might get a comment or two. And yeah, the general view from Peppers can be summed up by Walter. Walter says, I think it's wrong to concede that Zelensky, in inverted commas, made a couple of mistakes. At least it's wrong to use that language, to frame it that way, because this normalizes Trump and Vance's juvenile batshittery. If this had been a conversation with adults, Zelensky's mistakes wouldn't be perceived as such, not in a million years. The US leadership is just a fucking middle school playground, and that shouldn't be presumed acceptable in any context. I got that sentiment a lot. Dreadlord as well. Sorry, Chaz. I love your breakdown of the White House meeting, especially regarding Trump's supposed diplomacy is based on the false narrative that Trump is a thoughtful, intelligent leader rather than a demonstrably narcissistic buffoon he actually is. A lot of what you posit as dead-batting diplomacy is more from a lack of wit combined with a profound lack of actual knowledge on the subjects. ZG agreed with Deadlord and said, I'd also like to see 2015 Chaz's view. Of somebody referring to statements from a Western-aligned leader in Zelensky's position, invaded, requiring support from a supposed ally to continue existing as a country, as rabbiting on, and applauding Trump's diplomacy for taking a full 30 minutes before throwing the toys out of the pram. Dr. Dave was sorely needed during/after that analysis to snap Chaz back to reality, or at least push back on parts of his analysis. Look, ZG, I'm sure you're right. Dr. Dave would have rhetorically slapped me into shape. I have no doubt. He's very good at it.
He is.
And he would have done it for sure. And look, I didn't want to do that, to do that without Dave there or without Bill there or Richie there. That's just how it worked out. I wish I'd been able to do that with someone who I don't pay to nod at me. No offense, Lachy.
None taken.
Could you maybe practice a head shake every now and then, Lachy?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, it's good.
I'll give it a crack.
You have good instincts. He's just refusing to shake his head and just nod.
And that's a very valid point, I think.
No, I mean, I'm not blaming you in any way, shape or form. It's just
it's a bummer that we couldn't have had Dave there for that.
It is. It's just my dumb theory. It's the required head shaking. A couple of different angles as well on this, which I thought I'd share. From Tim, Chaz, I feel not enough's been said about the fact Zelensky was enduring this situation in a foreign language. As someone who has to be in tight situations in a different language, you can tell when interlocutors have no awareness of how difficult engaging with them in a second or third language can be. Subtleties and nuances can go out the window. Some of what may be interpreted as Zelensky not reading Trump's cues can be simply put down to language and the fact there's zero awareness of these problems from Trump. Enyo also said, I think Trump might also be jealous of Zelensky. Trump is a glutton for adoration. Perhaps he feels Zelensky steals some of that from him. Not just from other world leaders, but from his people and much of the West/Eurosphere. Trump wants that. We know he has a certain amount of contempt for his own followers, and it's still not enough for him anyway. He also wants the admiration that Zelensky gets from the people who respect Zelensky. In addition, Trump might feel the sting of the bone spurs type comments and the fact he's old, couldn't personally fight, whereas Zelensky is this ideal of a wartime leader, and he has a high level of respect from many world leaders, particularly those in the West, who basically just tolerate Trump with almost visible eye rolls of contempt. I reckon that's a good call there. What do you reckon? I reckon Enyo's onto something there.
I've heard similar analysis done for the irony of the relationship that Putin has with Zelensky, because in invading Ukraine, Putin would have loved to have become the adored, by his people, the adored wartime leader, and instead he created Zelensky and turned him into that. So if we're going to say that that's Putin's relationship with Zelensky, then depending on how cynical you are about Trump's relationship with Putin, I've said his name 3 different ways, with the Russian president, then I think that it's pretty accurate to apply jealousy to the US president's case as well.
That could be something else they have in common. I mean, look, Trump does get jealous. He's definitely jealous of Trudeau, I think. That's pretty clear. So, yeah, I mean, that's not a bad thought. I mean, there's other things, of course, with Zelensky, but like the impeachment and all that kind of stuff, blaming him for the impeachment, and a few other things we've mentioned before. But yeah, jealousy, I think, is a good one. And Aussie Uncle Phil wrote a very long comment, which I won't read much of, but it made a lot of quite interesting points. So I'll just give him kudos. It's a good one. You can go back and have a look for it yourself. about Trump's mindset. But I did want to read out one paragraph he wrote because I found this really interesting about billionaires generally.
Ooh.
I've worked with more than one billionaire, closely or at a distance.
Flex.
And I've seen how they work. There are smart ones like Kerry Packer who control their own empires and know how to make money. There's ones like Packer's son who got no idea and have a little cohort following them around, telling them what to do or say, and they have a few thoughts of their own. Trump is the latter. And there are some like Musk who start out smart and end up letting it go to their heads. There was one who even had a troop of secretaries that literally wrote down everything they said, which I suspect was disseminated to the group of controllers each day so they could discuss and plan their chumps next day. Trump is a salesman and a con man, and to the right sort of mind, he's extremely persuasive. I never met him, but Steve Jobs was a Trump with some actual brains, though they were sharply focused on evil. Ooh, controversial.
Whoa.
The reason some love them and some hate them is you have to be predisposed to be receptive. If you apply a filter, then they're obviously morons, which is an interesting thought about billionaires. I mean, I think there's a bit of nuance there, which I haven't heard so much on these kinds of people. So that's why I want to share it. But talking about Musk.
Smell the musk.
Is this all the correspondence to do with this sting that I've seen?
There is a lot. None of it's to do with the sting.
I'm in favour of sting.
It's all just to do with Musk.
Cool.
And we're only doing this so I can play Phil's sting.
Yeah, great.
Because I want to do it every app. I talked about Musk at length in PEP 199. I discussed some of the things I didn't like so much about him. Kevin mentions one that I didn't. I would have thought the main reason for Musk not to be in charge of anything was his drug addiction. One can see when he's high. He uses Special K, and his sometimes jerky movements are a side effect, as he's holding false beliefs that cannot be changed by fact. He takes it for depression. Look, I left the potential ketamine abuse out on purpose, to be honest, because to me it feels like an area I don't know so much about. Presumably there are many people who use ketamine in a legit, non-destructive way. Also, Musk could well be taking more than just ketamine. Like, I've definitely seen rumours that he takes more than that. It's an area we just don't know the full truth about. How much is he taking? What else is he taking? On what circumstances is he taking it? So I'm just going to leave it for that reason. But yeah, potentially, yeah, it could be an issue, which is why I'm reading it now because I just didn't mention it all. But look, something's happening to his brain, which I assume is Twitter brain. Maybe it's more than that. I don't know. I thought I'd mention it, but it makes me uneasy to talk about the ketamine thing, so that's why I leave it alone.
I have a hunch we'll probably hear something about it in the next 4 years.
Probably from Trump. When he hates Elon. A bit of a theme developing, though, in what Elon's true skill is. We talked about what is his true skill.
Yeah.
Begun said, Elon's skill is marketing. That's what he's amazing at. Even more cynical, Big Drew says, Musk's one genuine talent, which he's extremely good at, is convincing people who know nothing about a topic that he's an expert in it.
That is a cool skill. If that's what he has.
If I could have that
cool.
skill, that would be my skill. Maybe it is my skill. Now I think about it. And to mix things up, some appreciation from Nice Bike Mate. I absolutely cannot stand Elon. Did I say appreciation? However, out of necessity, digital job, remote for the UK, from outback Australia, I use Starlink. It is, unfortunately, absolutely incredible.
Cool. Whoa.
Now, I like a guy who hates so well that he wants his own internet connection to be shit just so it can vindicate his hate. I like that. And I like a guy who's got so much self-awareness, he knows that. So well done.
The
well
problem
done, Nice Bike Mate.
Problem is, if Nice Bike Mate's Wi-Fi was worse, we wouldn't get that comment.
That is true.
So
that is true.
We benefit from this too.
We do. Although Steve says Starlink and other satellite companies are also flooding lower Earth orbit with tons of satellites. Who knows where that will lead? Space war, anyone? Fibre in the ground is much more future-proof. Look, I don't know about the future-proof bit, but on the space war, I'll tell you where it's going to lead. I read an interesting article. I forgot to fill this section out. I was going to give you information from an article I read a while back. There are 8,100 Starlink satellites so far. There are 34,000 planned. And I read an article a while back which was suggesting that where this is going is not space war necessarily, but number one, a problem with space junk. You know, when these satellites decommission, what happens to them? Because you're talking billions of bits of equipment.
Yeah.
Like if you blow them to pieces, which is what they tend to do, you got lots of space junk. And the tiniest bit of space junk can put a hole through a spaceship when the spaceship's going fast enough. So that's the first problem. But there's another problem as well. If you have enough of these, and 34,000 might be enough, it might get in the way of telescopes.
This is the Earth prison theory, where we trap ourselves on Earth because of all the space junk.
There you go. I didn't even know it had a name. But yeah, but in particular,
it's more complex than that. But yeah.
But that's the first part. But the second part also is just literally not being able to see the stars because these satellites get in the way. Like, I mean, you see it bit and pieces, but just like each satellite that's creating light. Unless you paint it black, they're not all painted black. But even if they're painted black, they still get in the way. So that's a problem as well. This article I was reading was saying maybe the moon is going to be our space center in the future.
So that we can actually see the stars.
So we can see the stars.
Whoa.
Because we just won't be able to see them from the Earth, which is interesting. Anyway.
Sad if you like space and you're a space nerd and another space nerd has cucked us.
Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, Steve, so that's my speculation via, I think it was a Vox article. We've done enough. I am going to just do 2 more correspondences and the rest can be in PEP. Firstly, this is 538 correspondence. Like you, Chaz, I couldn't believe 538 has disappeared. People were very amused by my shocked reaction when Bill told me 538 disappeared. I look at it every day and couldn't figure out where it had gone the last week or so. Does anyone know a similar respectable poll cruncher? Watching Trump's poll numbers quickly decline is one of the only things giving me solace in these crazy times. Yeah, I can't get over it. I mean, before I was talking about Kevin Drum, and it seems to me, I didn't want to say this at the time because it seemed a bit tacky, but Kevin Drum and 538 going in the same week. It's like they're the two institutions I associate most with really solid data work. And like I wouldn't say it was appropriate they would both go at the same time, but it's a
big loss.
It is. It's a huge loss. It is honest. Like I'm not fucking around now. It is genuinely huge. I genuinely feel horrible about it.
Yeah.
And anyway, but to answer your question, and I don't think 538 is going to be replaced. By the way, I think their graphs are everywhere. Like that's fine. Graphs in news articles, that's spread. Their analysis level is not everywhere. It's really easy to put up a graph and to not understand it and to not understand polling, just to cite polling. Like people are so bad at understanding the nuances of polling, and 538 was so good at looking behind the polling, the logic behind the polling. They were so good at that, and no one else other than Nate Cohen is at all good at that. And so Nate Cohen's going to be real important and for the New York Times. But to answer your question, Lemon, about polls, Nate Silver has taken up the mantle as soon as 538 went. He just said, well, I know how to do this. So his Silver Bulletin, you have to pay for that, but he does have a free page with polling averages. I'm going to put the link under, you can see it here at the moment. I'm going to put the link underneath, or Lachy will, so you can go and you can see whenever you want. At the moment, the disapproval is 1.7 points above approval for Trump. That's the best you're going to do. Nate Silver he says he's weighting the polls just like 538 did. So shitty polls with a bad track record have a lower weighting than more respectable polls, which is important. That's what you need, because you don't want some fly-by-night dodgy operation being given exactly the same weight as a respectable operation. So that's the second last correspondence. And the last one's for you, Lachy, from Gummer. The real question we want to know is, was Lachy a pepper before coming on board, or is he having an interest in American politics thrust upon him? Lachy, tell the truth. Tell the truth. The peppers demand to know.
Okay. I've always been an Australian politics nerd since the ripe old age of 11. But after working opportunities meant that I had to learn more. I think it was the end of 2023, I went to some of your colleagues and my other employers, and I said, hey guys, hey Mr. Firth, Charles Firth, I need to learn more about American politics. Are there any resources or pods or shows or writers that you could recommend that I read to learn about American politics? And he actually put me on to his
538.
His book, The American Hoax.
That's even funnier than 538.
Yeah, and I had no idea that PEP existed, thanks to Charles Firth.
That's a great story.
No, I was not a pepper.
No, I'm glad you said that because I was about to jump in and say he's definitely not a pepper. I could tell from the things he said early on.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
You could sniff me out right away.
That's okay.
I'm glad.
5 billion, sorry.
That's a lot of peppers.
7 billion minus 20,000 people in the world are not peppers. That will do for now. There is going to be a peep on Monday, late Monday. We're doing our recording on Monday afternoon, and then Lachy needs to edit, so it's gonna be late, but not too late because Lachy's plans.
I have evening plans.
Yes.
On Monday, a very important holiday you might note.
Yes. But yes, there will be a peep, and I will with an interview about crypto. So hopefully you'll enjoy that with a pepper. By the way, I was very pleased to find a pepper who's an expert on crypto
Cool.
that I could talk to. No doing from me. It was an accident. They just happened to be a pepper. Lachy.
They can make your podcast then.
Until then, stay peppy.